able to join you. Okay, I just hope you can see me, you can see the slideshow, and you can hear me all right. So, well, maybe a very short introduction. I am an infertility specialist or fertility specialist, but since 2014 also a politician, and right now Deputy Prime Minister of the Belgian federal government. I have been in the Council of Europe and in the European Parliament in the last years, and been working a lot on bioethical issues, specifically in the Council of Europe. And I will, of course, talk a little bit on that. And my discussion will be on reproductive technology and the impact on the child's right to identity mainly, and health. Of course, there is quite a lot to say there as well, but I'll talk a little bit more on identity. I think balancing the rights and the well-being of everyone involved in reproductive technology is always crucial. And of course, putting the children's rights first seems, for me and for many people, the logical thing to do, or most important. When we talk about reproductive techniques, I will focus on surrogacy. I will start also to talk a little bit on gamete donation, and then maybe also on genetic modification of human embryos, because that's the last huge debate, of course, the whole issue of creating designer babies. Although it's far in the future, it is something we need to discuss at an ethical from an ethical point of view right now. Surrogacy, to start with, I guess everybody is familiar with this, is a technique where the child is carried by a woman and adopted by wishing parents after birth, or there can also be contracts made during pregnancy, even before pregnancy. So there's different legal models, and it's clear that there are quite some possible risks to the child, specifically in certain exceptional circumstances that we have seen in literature. We probably remember the famous or infamous example of baby Gammy, where there was a Thai surrogate mother that carried a child for an Australian couples. It turned out to be twins. One of the twins had Down syndrome. The surrogate mother refused a selective abortion, decided to keep the child, and it led to a change in the legislation in Thailand on surrogacy. Today we have Ukraine, where there's a lot of uncertainty about what happens to the children. We've seen that immediately after the invasion by Russia. We know that commercial surrogacy is possible in Ukraine. Children are being born, they cannot leave the country, they are actually orphans, and their rights are completely unclear. And we know that per year, 2,500 children are born from surrogacy in Ukraine, imagine. So there is legal uncertainty about the position of these children, but I think it goes without saying that there is also a huge psychological impact on these children. Of course, also on the parents and the surrogate mothers, but we're talking about the children here. And that means that we really need a coherent and proper legal framework for international, specifically international surrogacy, a framework that focuses on fast procedures, screening, and of course, ban on commercial surrogacy, if you ask me. If we talk about non-commercial surrogacy, there is more discussion. Not everybody agrees that this also should be allowed. Altruistic surrogacy, where friends or family members are carrying the baby for their friends or family members, because there is also the thin line between what is commercial and when do expenses or the reimbursement of expenses, become an incentive for surrogate mothers. And we can see that mainly in countries where surrogate mothers come from poor countries, like women from Georgia to Greece, to carry the baby of German couples. And you can say, well, they get reimbursed and everything is fine, but that reimbursement is for a Georgian woman much more than it would be for a Greek woman. And so there might be, of course, an incentive, and this is the thin line that needs to be regulated. Of course, about legal parentage, I already talked about adoption. I talked about contracts. There is also legal uncertainty. If you go through adoption, there can be legal disputes. We have I think I wrote a report on this in the Council of Europe, that a country like the UK, although it's far from perfect, has a procedure that holds the line, I would say. Maybe an example, they have a kind of an expedited adoption procedure. Putting the parents directly on the birth certificate might violate the rights of the surrogate mother, on the other hand. So it's a difficult balance to find the equilibrium between the rights of all parties involved. I'm sorry, I think I moved one slide too fast. I'll go back there. About psychological well-being, because we need to discuss this. If you look at studies, even after 10 years of follow-up, there are no major psychological differences between children born after surrogacy and after other types of assisted reproductive technology. But the lack of a legal framework, of course, and the uncertainty and all the exceptional cases that can come from that have to be avoided, and are clearly a huge risk factor for the children, mainly if we talk about international surrogacy. What could a framework be? It could be a framework based on what the Hague Conference has done in other family matters. We've had this discussion already years ago. It could form an example of how to regulate this at an international level. And in my view, it's probably the only chance to really maximize the protection of the rights of the child and put an end to the surrogacy tourism that we see, and where children indeed are the victims. Just pour la petite histoire, the report that we tried to have in the Council of Europe, was not successful. It was discussed a lot, because especially by groups that did not want to regulate surrogacy at all, because they just felt surrogacy is in all cases something that should be banned, which is not my personal position. But so the Council of Europe did not have a final position on this, even if we asked the member states to think about frameworks to protect the rights of the children in the first place. Because there's also the fact of children that are born, for instance, in the US, and that have no rights if they come back to France, where France is banning surrogacy, but also has a problem with the status of these children. So indirectly, also here, the rights of the children can be affected. The second subject I wanted to touch upon is gamete donation. It's also something, you can see the title of the report here, that we discussed in the Council of Europe with less controversy, I must say. It is so that donor anonymity is at stake. It used to be the norm when I started 35 years ago. It was good practice, anonymous donors, not disclosing anything to the parents, well, not to the parents, but to the children. I mean, it was a full secrecy. And we know now that donor children, if they find out, first of all, they feel betrayed, that's for sure. So we ask for more openness towards the children from the parent side. But also, if children know that they are donor conceived, there is always at least a curiosity to know more about the donor, because it's the roots of their identity, and it's important for their own development. So it is a very important factor. We know that Article 7, of course, of the UN Convention of the Rights of the Child says that children have the right to know their parents. We can interpret this in different ways, I know. So this is a point of discussion. Most countries are still in favor of anonymity, but specifically in Europe, but also in Australia, there are countries that have already moved to banning anonymity of donors, and it is not a unanimous principle anymore that donors should stay anonymous. I'm sorry. So we know that the right to know its origins, if you're donor conceived, of course, should also be balanced between or with the rights of donors, specifically if you're conceived in the past. But there, genetic techniques allow donor conceived children to find who their donor is, even if they have been conceived 40 years ago. So anonymity it's not only a matter of human rights or children's rights that it should be banned. It's also simply illusion that it will continue because of databases, all these 23andMe and other databases where people can look for genetic connections, and by this way find out who their donors is. So in the report in the Council of Europe, we recommended member states to improve the protection of the rights of all parties involved, the parents, the donors, and the children, of course, focusing on the children who are the most vulnerable, as always. And if you look at it from a human rights perspective, you cannot have another conclusion than that donor anonymity needs to be waived in the future, which is a recommendation we made, and we proposed the Dutch system where children at the age of 16 or 18 can indeed get information from the donor if they want to, and they can, if the donor then agrees, even have contact with donors, and this is organized by the state in the Netherlands, but both parties should consent to contact. It's not having any legal consequences for filiation. The donor is not a legal parent of the child, and this should not change by waiving anonymity. And I think there might be problems if you lift anonymity retrospectively. That could be asked by children, and some courts could decide so. And the state of Victoria in Australia has indeed legalized that. But there, of course, you are infringing on the rights of the donor with whom at the time in the past a contract was made, that anonymity would be preserved. So this is it's a difficult question, but I think most states that have banned anonymity have not done so retrospectively. This is the argument of fertility clinics, that then we will have less donors. Practice have shown that this is not backed by statistics. Looking at Sweden or the UK, it all depends on the efforts that states are making to find donors, to put in place donor programs like we do for bloods and bone marrow by the Red Cross and so on. So and also the donor profile is changing. Of course, we don't have young students, medical students. Classically, they used to be the sperm donors. Now the donors are, men in their 30s that have a family that know very well why they're donating their sperm, and in a much more conscious way. I think it's to be preferred. And then the third topic, shortly, genetic modification. It was also a subject of a report that I wrote. And all of you probably know the Oviedo Convention. That is a unique reference framework to that end. We know that DNA technology has indeed produced a lot of good things, avoiding babies to be born with severe genetic disorders through selection of embryos. And so the question of, can we also modify embryos to avoid severe genetic diseases, seems to be a genuine question. But of course, there is quite some, I would say, philosophical, ethical, and rights reasons to put a lot of questions around that practice, because of course, simply the fact, if you modify the genes of a human embryo, there could be off-target effects. We're talking about the CRISPR-Cas technology. Maybe some people know it's very targeted. It's like scissors, and you cut in the DNA. You can replace one sequence by another one. But we don't know yet. It's a new technique, if there could be off-target effects, which affect not only that embryo, but also all the generations that will ever come from that embryo. So that's a huge risk that we could take there. And we know of cases like in China in 2018, where the technique has been used, making an embryo resistant to HIV. You can already ask, what kind of indication is that? And this shocked the whole world. It was even shocking in China itself, where this person did this outside of every ethical framework and on his own. So I think it's clear that from a child's perspective, rights really can be violated, and that we have to look at health effects here. Here you could say it's not only identity. This is an example where health rights can be affected. We have off-target effects. We can have epigenetic effects where we absolutely have no idea what this will lead to. And the question whether this technique at this stage is proportional. So it violates rights of individuals that cannot give a consent. Clearly, a human embryo cannot give consent. And it opens the door to enhancing, improving characteristics of human beings. Now it's for preventing severe genetic diseases. Tomorrow it might be to increase or enhance certain characteristics. And then you have a whole societal debate on making different classes of people because it will be very expensive, who can pay for it, and so on. I mean, it opens the whole discussion that we know from science fiction literature and goes against the idea of equal opportunities. So I think that it's clear in the report that the Council of Europe wrote that it's a red line today to use genetic modification of human embryos, and that we should simply not do it. And because of lack of time, I will not go into details. People can read these reports. I will just say that the three examples that I have given are examples how in reproductive medicine today, the rights of children and the rights of identity and the rights to health are, of course, crucial in all new technologies that we use to relieve unwanted childlessness, which is in itself an honorable aim, of course, but since the child to be born is not yet there, cannot give consent, we have to be extremely careful in what we allow. It's even more difficult than if you treat with children that are already there, because unborn children are the most vulnerable that we can imagine. So I think it's extremely important to think about ethical and legal frameworks in this area. And Mia, I think my time is up, I guess, and I understand that there might be room for a couple of questions if you choose to do so. Thank you.
Thanks, Petra. There's definitely time for questions, but what I'll do is I will group the two keynote speakers, yourself and the Vice Chair of the Committee on the Rights of the Child, Philippe Jaffe. He's going to do his presentation, and then there will be questions for you and him. Okay. I personally already have some, and thank you for that excellent presentation. I think that it's a really good point to finish off on, is that the child to be born can't give their consent, and so there is this lifelong impact for them, and so we really need to be careful in terms of what we're doing. But there are some questions for you coming up. If you can just wait for Philip, and then we'll be for you.
I can go?
Yeah.
Petra, thank you for your patience. So good morning to everyone, and many thanks to Mia and Chip for inviting me to say a few words. Before getting going, I have to express a somewhat public contrition. I almost screwed up bigly. Yesterday at 3 p.m. I found out that the Committee on the Rights of the Child's agenda had changed, and that the meeting I was absolutely unable to miss was moved to this morning. So I decided not to share this with you to preserve your mental health. And luckily and miraculously, the committee secretariat sprung into action, and we were able to switch things around. I also bring this up because I will need to leave this conference very rapidly and get back to Palais Wilson. And in the end, of course, it's my loss to miss out on the rest of your proceedings. I've been tasked with bringing the views of the Committee on the Rights of the Child on the topic du jour, every child's right to identity and health. And of course, I will not do that because I'm not serving as a plenipotentiary of the committee. And rather, my remarks are my own, and this leaves me some rooms to digress. And I will step back a bit from the very up-to-date and forward-looking presentation that Petra provided. I guess that one obvious way to begin is to refer to all the ways in which the Convention on the Rights of the Child refers to or implies the singular importance of identity of the child. So don't worry, I will not go through all the convention articles one by one, but just highlight a few with my own take. The first article I think should be singled out is Article 1. A child means every human being below the age of 18 years old. A bit simplistic to rely on a categorical identity, but it certainly provides an inclusive definition of a group of persons belonging to a club, and not just any club. Persons, if anything else, that are defined by their perpetual propensity to undergo changes as they develop and evolve. And as a psychologist, it makes sense to highlight this fluidity and transformative nature of the child and think about his or her unfolding identity until hopefully the child reaches a state of secure and reasonably permanent sense of self. And the convention sort of confirms this viewpoint as it makes clear in Article 2 that the very nature of a child's identity reflects an almost infinite combination of parameters that reflect the rich and tremendous diversity of humanity. This is revealed by all the dimensions of a child's identity against which one should not discriminate, irrespective of his or her parents or legal guardians, color, sex, language, religion, etc., and other status. And that's really important to underscore those two words, other status. Articles 2, 3, and 5 signal another defining feature of child's identity, referring to the family cocoon that cares for him or her. I will skip Article 6 because I'll come back to that with a vengeance in my conclusion. So now we reach Article 7, which at long last sets out some clear markers of identity: the right to be recognized as existing, that is, to be registered immediately after birth, and the absolute right from birth to a name, the right to acquire nationality, and as far as possible, that's the language, to know his or her parents. And then we reach the all-important Article 8, in which for the first time the word identity screams out. States parties undertake to respect the right of the child to preserve his or her identity, including nationality, name, and family relations. And one must respect the child rights to preserve his or her identity. And here the definition of identity is left open because the clause that follows in this paragraph states that nationality, name, and family relations are not exhaustive. And also, to add to the general confusion I hope I'm generating, and perhaps Nigel Cantwell will address this, historically it is very interesting to recall that as the convention was being drafted, one of the original formulations of Article 8 was, I quote, "The child has an inalienable right to retain his true and genuine personal, legal, and family identity," end of quote. I find this very interesting because true and genuine personal identity is something that psychologists dream of defining and which remains elusive and very difficult to have jurists adopt in a binding convention. And so I also recommend that anyone who's interested read a seminal article, 1992, by George Stewart on child's right to identity that was published in the Family Law Quarterly. He divides identity into 4 categories: familial, tribal, biological, and political. And family identity includes natural parents, family and ancestors, as well as family name. Tribal identity includes ethnic, cultural, and religious identity, amongst others. Biological identity, which we're addressing to a large extent, includes medical and genetic information about oneself, one's ancestors, blood relatives, and all the historical data that makes a person, any events that are important to that person. And obviously political identity refers more to nationality. Jump forward to the committee today and let me very rapidly share the angles that play out, essentially in our concluding observations to states parties. Over and over, we push for universal birth registration and birth certificates, which are absolutely crucial to school enrollment and all the other services that come, that follow for a person in a society, functional society. Then there's the particular situation of statelessness. Get the children a nationality. We keep hammering away. Don't let them fester in limbo. The right to one's origins comes up with assisted reproductive technologies, adoptions and altered birth certificates, child abandonment in its various forms. There are all the ways a child's identity puts a target for discrimination on his or her back: LGBT children, Roma children, and many, many more. And to make matters short, there are also all the health and mental health consequences that arise over disrupting a child's development because of a rights infringement on a feature of his or her identity. An example amongst many others would be forced or early marriage of girls. At this point, and all these points I just mentioned in passing are addressed to states parties, North and South, over and over again. It so happens, I think, that I must move on to a conclusion. Identity, health, and mental health are very closely intertwined. Chinks and cracks in a child's identity certainly can generate grave consequences, but also chronic discomfort, so that one can never be happy and reach a state of well-being. This will be for another conference. So back to Article 6 and the child's right to life, development, and survival. Children around the world are expressing their anxiety and fear that the climate crisis will end civilization as we know it. Already climate mitigation is out the window, and we will see how well we adapt to the catastrophic disruptions ahead. My contention is that never before have children felt so oppressed and despondent over the fact that their identity as children sets them up for a bleak future, years shaved off their life expectancy. Worse yet, as you know, children feel they are not listened to, and certainly their views not acted on urgently and forcefully. What worse violation of their identity than to deny children hope in a future, foreseeable, unfolding existence? Thank you for your attention.
Thanks, Philippe. I'm not seeing any questions but at the moment in the chat box, but do people here have any questions? Because if not, I'm going to start. And then if you do have a question, all you need to do is take your microphone and press it. And then once it goes red, you can ask a question. But I have a question for you, Petra. And one of the questions is, we talk a lot about the importance of the child's rights to identity, but we already have a generation missing identity with anonymous gamete donations, surrogacy, and now with the newer fields, changing genetics. What can states do to restore these identities? Because you talk about the difficulty of doing it retroactively, but what can they do for they shouldn't we just say tough luck, you just have to live without your identity?
No, clearly not. I think if you look retrospectively, you have to take into account other rights or interests like from donors. But you can, of course, ask consent from donors from the past to step forward and to say, I understand what is at stake right now, and I voluntarily give up my DNA for children that want to find me. And this is happening. In my own country. It's a bit of a funny situation. We still have not changed the law on gamete donation, and anonymity is still the norm, if you wish. But on the other hand, one of our regional governments has set up a center for, you could call it child identity, where children that have been adopted, but also have been conceived by donor gametes, or surrogacy, where donor gametes have been used, can register and try to match with a donor from the past. So it is used for adoption. It's also used for insemination by donor sperm. Usually it's donor eggs, of course, the same situation, but most of them are conceived with sperm donation. So children can register there, and if donors, and they are coming from the past voluntarily, are coming forward, these matches are being made. And I think it's a responsibility for states to do so, because what we see in parallel is that some organizations of donor children are doing this by themselves. There is an association in Belgium, they're also active in the Netherlands, which is called Donor Detectives, which actively help donor-conceived children to find their donors by genetic analysis, by DNA analysis in genetic databases all over the world. We don't have the time to explain exactly how they can find their donors, but they easily can find their donors in this way in many, many instances. And this is happening. It's a reality. That's why anonymity, even from the past, is an illusion in times of genetic analysis. So I think states have a responsibility, and they should do efforts to, at least on the basis of consent, a minima on the basis of consent, ask donors, or have a campaign, or allow donors that are not aware of the situation sometimes to step forward and have contact, or at least give their identity away for the donor-conceived children that are looking for these donors for maybe decades. So I think there is a responsibility for states there, or a possibility to take up this responsibility.
Yeah, thanks, Petra.
Yeah, I just wanted to piggyback off what Petra just said, and indeed, I think it's states' responsibilities to step up to the plate and think of all the creative ways that they can incentivize various groups of non-fully identified people to step forward and take responsibility for what was carried out in a previous time. And I think that there's quite a bit of understanding now that makes these arguments persuasive. And I was thinking in other ways, one way to imagine this is take out the religious connotation. Think of what the Mormons are doing with trying to find civil records of everyone that they can lay their hands on. We need sort of like an overarching global program that states can adhere to sort of map out everyone that's on Earth, perhaps not to the point of them giving them, what are those called that you have on products? Barcodes. That would be going a bit too far, but certainly providing a database. And we do have the technology to do these things. And as you pointed out, Petra, there are many organizations in the States that already provide such sophisticated matching possibilities that, by the way, also bring out very unpleasant surprises for many children, that they have 24 half-brothers and sisters here or there, or didn't at all imagine what family situation. Some origins are hard to integrate into one's understanding. Thank you.
And then I'm not seeing questions, but in terms of these new technologies that we've talked about, which is perfect because in terms of the future, it does help couples that are sterile. But can you explain a little bit more the big challenges that will come up if we start playing around with DNA and epigenetics? Because these are big words, but you're the only doctor here except for Danius, and he's a psychiatrist. So maybe you could explain some of those difficulties that we will face when we play around with the DNA, the very being of children's identities.
Okay, sorry, I did not know how knowledgeable the audience would be when I talked about off-target effects. So yeah, DNA is of course our unique code of genetic information that defines us as an individual and which is indeed unique. Now, if you manipulate that, if you modify that in the gametes, you can do that in somatic cells, muscular tissue, in the eye, which is called gene therapy, to restore or to repair certain genes so that people that cannot see start getting their sight back, which is, I think, a wonderful medical advanced technology. But if you do that in gametes, in eggs or in sperm, you will, if you create the embryo, or you do it in the embryo itself, it's an, of course, other possibility, you will have changed all the cells of the individual that comes from that, and also the gametes of that individual, which will, in his or her turn, give the trait that you've changed to their children and so on. So all the lineages that come from that. Now, if the change that you have done is a good change, restoring a disease, because the ethical discussion about enhancing is quite something different, where you could really discuss the indication of doing so. But if it was a severe genetic disease, you could accept the indication and say, okay, this is for the good of the health of this child. The risk is today that the technology is not secure enough. We know not enough of this technology to rule out what I called off-target effects or epigenetic effects. They're both different. Off-target means that the scissors with which you cut, the CRISPR-Cas technology, as it's called, are not as selective as you think. And they will also make changes elsewhere in the DNA. That means that you will have maybe secondary effects by these DNA changes that you cannot foresee. It has been described in plants, we know that. And in a plant, it's not a big deal, all right? You change some characteristics of the plant that are unwanted. But in a human embryo, it's clear that this is not what you want. So this is an potential negative or dangerous off-target effects that affect the health of the child. And again, all the lineages coming from that individual. So that's a huge risk if you think about it. And the second thing is epigenetic changes. That's a bit more complicated, but if you change the DNA, you could also inadvertently change the mechanisms that affect the expression of the DNA, which is actually what is called epigenetic. The epigenetic mechanisms define whether that DNA will be active, expressed, and whether you will see the results of what is encoded in the cells, and whether or not it will have an effect in the individual. It's a bit more difficult to explain epigenetic effects. But by using this technology, in theory, this is also a risk. And we have absolutely not enough evidence that this technology is safe enough to use today on human embryos that will be used for pregnancies. We have to do way more experiments to be sure that we have the right technology and that it's safe, because the theoretical risks and the effects of it by influencing all the generations to be born from that embryo are, you cannot imagine the damage that you can do in this way. So that is one of the reasons that we should draw a red line. If you want to do this on supernumerary human embryos, if you're allowed to do embryo research in certain countries, you can. Okay, that's another question, but transferring it in a womb and making a baby be born afterwards with all the potential risks that are still there, because we do not know enough how safe the technique is, would not be responsible and would ethically unacceptable, I believe. And well, not me only. I think many people believe that. I hope it's a bit more clear, because it's a bit technical, perfect. I understand.
I mean, we're really lucky to have the Deputy Prime Minister be able to explain epigenetics to us. We're not at all medical, but thank you, Petra. And Philippe, just a question for you. Like, when the children and young people come to the committee and they say to you, I'm missing identity information, I don't belong to this community, what does the committee say to them?
You were going to ask a difficult question, though. Thank you so much. Yeah. Fortunately, we don't get that many questions of that nature, and not that we should not. And in fact, it impacts a lot of children. Pretty much we fall back on evasive answers that we will get back to their state over this issue, and that we support their advocacy, and we try to validate what they are trying to seek as a perfectly not only reasonable but as their own right to do so. Can I just also react to your previous question, which I find fascinating, because obviously we're rubbing up against pretty grave risks as we play with technology, but it won't be the first time that humankind is on the verge of, creating man-made or human-made disasters. But I was thinking back also to a little tidbit of history. You know that, and I'd have to research, this is coming back from memory. There are thousands of descendants of Genghis Khan who exist because he raped thousands of women. And this is a single guy with a little genetic defect that you find all across continents, because he was a disaster in terms of respect to women that crossed his path. And I just think, well, we've absorbed the effects of the negative behavior of Genghis Khan. We can probably absorb the behavior of rogue scientists. Although I am worried because, as you know, regulation only applies to countries that are willing to put in the respect for those regulations. And I don't know about you, but I'm just afraid that tomorrow we'll find out that a child has been cloned completely in some country, and that will open a Pandora's box that whatever we decide in Strasbourg, the UN, or anywhere else will have very little meaning. So we'll just have to roll with the punches, as they say. Thank you.
So on that note, thank you, Philippe. I hope that we have a bit more of a hopeful future, that meetings like today will be a bit of a break on that kind of behavior. But thank you, Petra, and good luck with your worthy mission and for continuing to fight for children, even when you've got a much bigger goal.
Yes, no, always there if you ask me, Mia. So keep up the good work, all of you. And unfortunately, I have to leave because we have a crisis to manage, as you know. So, but it was wonderful to be with you.
Thank you. And thank you, Philippe, as well. And have a good session with the committee. Thank you.
Bye.
Okay, you can. Me. How do I need to do it, like this? Oh, okay. Okay, you can go.
How to move?
I will do it.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much for this opportunity to continue meaningful conversations about right to identity, and plus to what I have elaborated in previous events organized by CHIP. I would like to continue with my experience, mainly from CRC and committee and being a mandate holder, but also from regional and sub-regional experience, especially from the context of Central and Eastern Europe, which was undergoing and still is undergoing difficult transition from totalitarian system to democracy and realization of human rights based principles. So can I have next and another one, next one. So we should, we know ourselves, but we should continue reiterating to many other people about compass, which is basic principles of human rights and human rights of the child, because we see very often how these principles are ignored or sidelined, and we see all kinds of alternative agendas which may be very harmful even if they are with good intentions. So For me, Article 6 is extremely important because it was a very wise decision, I think, to place right to development together with the right to life and survival as equally important rights. And what is missing in many policies, and especially in the level of implementation, is that right to development is taken in selective way. So we, of course, it's understandable that the global community was focused on survival, and many infants and children under 5 are still, too many of them are dying, but we cannot stop just at survival, and we should be more persistent in promoting and protecting right to holistic development, meaning physical, emotional, social, cultural, spiritual. And so right to child's identity should be protected in many ways. This right, as we discussed already earlier and today already, this right includes the right to access information that would make it possible to trace one's roots, to know circumstances of one's birth, and to have access to certainty of parental affiliation. So Article 8 is extremely important. I would like to elaborate a little bit on child identity and broad understanding. All forms of violence against children and all forms of discrimination on any ground are harmful to health, including mental health, and to healthy holistic development. This includes what is called now adverse childhood experiences and toxic stress. Can I have next? And this leads us to modern understanding of mental health, because when all this research was done on brains of babies who suffer from toxic stress, chronic toxic stress, instead of finding biomarkers in the brain or body, which, you know, medicine is obsessed on finding miracles to cure something. Instead, they found that the decisive factor is the quality of human relations, means relationships between parent, mainly mother, and baby. And if this relationship is damaged, can be because of depression or violence, abuse, domestic violence, then brain is suffering and body is suffering. So it's very interesting chicken and egg dilemma that we are back to importance of relationships, which may be more important than to fix mental disorder with biomedical intervention. So good mental health is seen now not just about absence of mental disorder. This is more about healthy development, and we're back to social determinants of mental health. So after 4 decades of dominance of biomedical paradigm, now the global community is back to importance of relationships, so social determinants, including role of childhood events, in early childhood, but also adolescence. And this role is important for entire lifespan. So child is a rights holder from birth, and supportive, enabling, non-violent and non-discriminatory environments, which means free from violence in all settings, starting from family. This is crucial for mental health and emotional well-being. And I will elaborate a little bit later on evolving capacities, concept of evolving capacities, which is crucial. And we now always remind to ourselves and many that to protect children, including adolescents, is very important. But I like to add, I don't know, it's in provocative or not provocative, let's not overprotect, because when we overprotect adolescents, it may be very harmful. also to right to identity and self-esteem. So process of search of identity, autonomy, trust, and the way to control own life is crucial. And we know when adolescents make this painful search of their identity, who am I, and they move to subcultures. For example, when I was a young psychiatrist, I sadly learned from my supervisors that to be punk means to be schizophrenic, because if you have this kind of haircut, so you are mentally ill. So I developed allergy to this kind of psychiatry. And still there is a tendency in adult world to demonize subcultures, for example, and to maybe to try to ban them or do something like that. So anyway, quality of relationships should be based on mutual trust and respect. And this is why, as we already discussed in previous event, secrecy, anonymity, lack of trust may be detrimental to mental health. Next one. And the famous, very well-known report from UNICEF last year was entirely on state of the world's children, was entirely on mental health. It's on my mind, promoting, protecting, and caring for children's mental health. And plus to this well-known definition of WHO about what is mental health. It is a state of well-being in which individual realizes his or her own abilities, can cope with normal stress of life, and can work productively, and is able to make contribution to his or her community. What is added in this report from UNICEF about children, that for children, the definition of mental health necessarily takes into account age-specific and life course markers and includes a positive sense of identity, ability to manage thoughts and emotions, and capacity to build relationships, and the ability to learn and acquire education. Next. In this context, I would like to remind some issues again about that human rights-based approach and child rights approach is crucial when we have some let's say crisis or some difficult question, and policymakers and others asking, so how to manage. I think that the best answer is to remind about this compass, because otherwise people are lost and make false, wrong decisions, even if in good intentions. So role of family, of course, is crucial, but some alternative agendas tell that let's not involve in let's leave families alone, they know better how to manage. Yes, and this is the move to all these traditional family values concept. No, the state should have good child protection services and so that they help families to raise children, let's say, without violence and in a respectful way. But of course, when children are separated from parents, this creates severe risks to their holistic development. And I could tell many stories, and I was doing this last time, about legacy of massive institutionalization of children in Eastern Europe. This was happening in good intentions, as if state is a better parent. So the state will take control of raising children, and this was a lot of about relinquishment, even more than abandonment, because the state was pressing parents to relinquish children. And the stories of baby boxes is not over, despite good recommendations by CRC committee to Czech Republic, to Lithuania and many countries. Still baby boxes are seen as remarkable invention, and there is consensus about how good life-saving of children are baby boxes. And this traditional family values concept, which sounds nice, but it threatens healthy holistic development of the child and rights of children, both to health and to identity, are at risk to be seriously undermined if this concept is realized in practice, as it happens now in many countries, unfortunately. And one more, please. So some cases to not discuss, maybe not now, but to prepare for future discussions, because as we know, new dilemmas are coming, and this is related with globalization, urbanization, digitalization, climate change, geopolitical shifts and conflicts, and challenges on the way to protect right to identity and right to health may be related to mass migration, cyber identity, transnationalism, activist status by children and adolescents, pandemic, but also Russia's war against Ukraine causes many painful questions, like massive abduction of Ukrainian children from occupied territories and the massive unlawful adoption into Russian families. We can predict and imagine how they will live. The children will be forced to live in atmosphere of hiding the truth and without any erasing their identity, including nationality. And there are lessons from Argentina. Actually, Argentina suggested Article 8 because it was a similar story with stolen children in Argentina in the 1970s. So I think international community and states should do everything what is possible to address this situation in Russia and Ukraine. Children with disabilities, and this is about medical miracles I mentioned already. Well, this actually treatment case was almost 20 years ago, but still this dilemma is going on, because that was the case when, because of severe disability, doctors and parents decided just to freeze the development, physical development and sexual development, and so that this girl remains in the young baby. And there are many supporters of this decision, just to say that this opens Pandora box for violations of CRC, but also Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. And we should think more than once, more than twice, before congratulating all this medical, desire of aggressive medicine to fix disorder. And when I read in otherwise good textbooks that there is no cure from autism so far, I am really not happy, because do these authors dream about eliminating autistic people from our lives? So children with autistic spectrum, the discourse, which I'm happy is moving from autism as pathology to autism as diversity. And there are many young autistic children and adolescent young adults who are raising the questions that doctors and psychologists should do some other things instead of trying to engineer them and change their brains or personalities. Anyway, it's very interesting and provoking discussion. And one more example is with LGBTI. It's about intersex children, and it's the progress, because changes in medical practice towards abandonment of surgical interventions, which was usual practice for many years. And now there are some countries like Greece, which has new law, which prohibits surgeries to change intersex children's sex characteristics under age 15, unless urgently needed for health. So this is, I think, good development, it's respect to this type of identity, meaning sexual orientation, gender identity, and in case of intersex children, we should wait until they maybe will come and ask for some intervention. And the last one. And I would like to finish with this concept of evolving capacities. It provokes the traditional or conservative view. It brings us back to these tensions about traditional family values, or why United States does not ratify CRC convention. Well, maybe in simplified way, I will say, because many people there tell that this convention will undermine authority of family, which I do not think so. But the concept of evolving capacities is very good, that it helps us to understand at least that adolescents are not babies and should be protected but not overprotected, and that this triangular relationship between the child, family, and state means that parents do not own the child and the states do not own the child. And this is very important to remind to many people, many political forces, about the child is not a property of parents or state. So with this, I will finish, and thank you for your attention.
Thanks, Thanius. What we'll do now is we'll switch over to Nigel and then Maud, and then we'll have questions after the three presentations. You can look wherever you want.
This is informality at its height. Thanks a lot, Mia. Thanks for inviting me. I'm being inserted in between two discussions that will focus much more on the specific issues of health, be it mental health or physical health, to talk a little bit about the history of the of this right to identity, to preserve an identity. And I think I'll start by saying that I think we all accept that the child has a right to know his or her origins, but I think that we, for our part, have a duty to know the origins of this right in order to be able to promote it properly and to advocate in that respect. So let me take you back, first of all, to the pre-CRC days and give you a couple of dates that were particularly key in the development at the international level of this right. And the first, of course, is the Universal Declaration of Human Rights in 1948, which in fact just talked about nationality, not any of the other aspects of identity that we look at today, but just about nationality. So there was a right in the Universal Declaration to a nationality, but nothing more. Then came the Declaration on the Rights of the Child in 1959, which actually then added the right to a name. So we have now built up to a name and nationality. And then in 1966, but which was only ratified, or no, not ratified, which was only came into force 10 years later, we had the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, and indeed its sister on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights. But the Covenant on Civil and Political Rights put the name and nationality issues into hard law. Before, it wasn't what you would call hard law, it was soft law, and so this was now categorized as an obligation. Of course, when the CRCs began to be drafted in the 1980s, or in 1979, in fact, the international covenants had not been universally ratified. They're still not universally ratified, but they're much more ratified than they were before. So when the idea of bringing into the Convention on the Rights of the Child the issues of name and nationality, as in the Civil and Political Rights Covenant, there was still some discussion, particularly on the issue of nationality. A lot of states had problems with the potential obligations of a right to a nationality in relation to statelessness. And there were, although we reached consensus in the end on including this right, there were concerns expressed by many states as to their duties in relation to children on the particular question of statelessness. And then we have, as Petra has mentioned already, in particular, the introduction of this idea of knowing, as far as possible, knowing one's parents. This was a response to a concern on the part, in particular, of Latin American countries who wanted some kind of reference to the family in this Article 7 dealing with what became, if you like, the fundamentals of the identity right. But the way that there was no consensus on actually using the word family, and so we came down to the much more restrictive version, which you have in Article 7, which is precisely to know one's parents as far as possible, and not, in fact, to know one's family. And I think that that's important to bear in mind as we look at how we need to advocate for identity issues at the present time. But that nonetheless constitutes, if you wish, the foundation on which we can justify the idea that children have the right to information on their origins. That gives us the grounds to do so, because they have, as far as possible, the right to know their parents. And now, coming on to let's say, the core issue, in a way, on the question of identity, Article 8, which has already been mentioned by Philip Jaffe and by Danius, as being an article that was proposed by Argentina in 1985 in the course of the drafting exercise, which you will remember lasted 10 years. Argentina, for the first time, participating as a non-dictatorial state, if you wish, came with the proposal to have an article in the convention related to the preservation and restoration of a child's identity. So that's important to begin with, because it's not just preserving, but it was also restoring as a result, of course, as Danius said, of the experience, regrettable experience more than regrettable experience in Argentina in the 70s and early 80s, when children were removed from the parents who were considered to be opposing the regime and placed and stripped completely of their identity, were called NN, ningún nombre, and were placed for adoption with couples who were sympathetic to the regime in place. So that when the Argentinian delegation proposed this in the meeting of the drafting committee, I must say that it was, for me, a particularly emotional moment. I think probably the most emotional moment of the drafting. And I mention that because there was a kind of hush, and the amount of support, sometimes latent, let's say, but the encouragement that the Argentinian delegation felt when proposing this was just total. And this is also important when we're advocating for the right on identity, to know that states who are developing the Convention on the Rights of the Child were extraordinarily, and I say extraordinarily because it was not at all always the case, but were extraordinarily supportive of this right. And we have to recall this, I think, when we're talking to states, saying, you know, you were absolutely behind this right when it was proposed by Argentina. And therefore, you know, you have to bear that in mind in your attitude towards this right now. So that's a kind of basis, I think, on a very general, but nonetheless an important basis on which we can we move forward. So the right to preserve one's identity, okay. The way that the restoration of identity was approached, however, caused some concern. It responded. Well, I'll say what it was first of all. The restoration included restoring the child to his blood relations to be brought up, so that in any case where a child's identity had been arbitrarily removed or illegally removed, restoration would involve restoring that child to the custody of his or her family or blood relations, a wide view of family for many people at least. So that responded to the specific situation of Argentinian children who'd been forcibly adopted. Although it shouldn't, because there are many best interest issues, of course, involved in that, which would have to be looked at first. But nonetheless, it was designed to respond to that situation. But such was precisely the enthusiasm, if you like, for the very concept, the very idea of the need to have an article on this issue, that very quickly states were saying, okay, we have a problem with that on various grounds, but the biggest problem we have with it is that we want an article that has much wider application than to just the kind of situation that Argentina has gone through. And that that discussion then moved on to looking at how Article 8 could have a wider application. Now, I think Philippe Jaffé mentioned in particular the fact that the initial Argentinian proposal talks about family identity, and that issue of, or that concept of family identity was not, and probably is not, known in legislation or policy in a large number of countries. So there was discussion on the question of family identity. And we ended up with, as you know now, the non-inclusive definition of identity as being name, nationality, and family relations. And we've discovered, I think, more and more that the term family relations also is kind of ambiguous or not totally clear. And sometimes I wonder if we shouldn't, or if we shouldn't be using the original term of family identity, although that could also cause confusion vis-a-vis the actual text of the convention itself. But anyway, we ended up with family relations in Article 8. And I want to stress very, very much, and I think that again, Philip has mentioned this, that we are talking about a non-exclusive listing of factors behind identity. The term is including name, nationality, and family relations, and not comprising. So including is inclusive, but not exclusive. So we can take into account, even within the bounds of the rights of the set out in the Convention on the Rights of the Child, we can take into account other factors. And indeed, there was, during the drafting, there was a debate on whether or not it would be appropriate to talk about racial or ethnic, not ethnic, cultural identity. There was no consensus on that, but and therefore it doesn't appear in writing in the convention. But as I say, it's not excluded because of the use of the word including. And I believe that, for example, gender identity, if that had been on the agenda at that time, would also have been discussed in the working group. There may not have been consensus on that, but it would certainly, obviously, form part of those other factors that could be included under the identity label. So what we have is really, a highly substantive discussion on the issue of identity, probably one of the most substantive and non-political issues that were discussed during the drafting process. And we have a widely applicable provision of the convention that was, that received massive support from the members of the states represented on the working group, which were, a wide range. So we can, as a result of all that, really, with confidence, look to having this principle applied in the widest possible way. And I don't think that at the time the drafters were in a position to think that this might be something that could be applied to situations other than those that are tantamount at least to illicit adoptions, illegal adoptions, but they did want to foresee that that such situations might exist by this wider application, and so they laid the ground for our work on identity issues in relation to to surrogacy, to donor-conceived persons, etc., and indeed child marriage and other phenomena that we are looking to address. So voila, I hope I've convinced you that that looking at the past is a good way of preparing for the future. And thanks for your attention.
Thanks, Nigel. It's really important that we have this context of the right to identity in family relations, because like you said, that in terms of the application now 30 years on, it's really important. And especially when we link it to health issues as well, as other speakers have. But I think identity, not many people understand it yet, so it's great that you're with us. Now we have with us Maud de Balbucuture, and she will be speaking to us about the right to identity and health for children in emergency situations. And then we'll spend a little, I think we're running a little bit of past time, but I think the speakers are so good that we'll go over lunch, maybe 5 or 10 minutes. It's okay, we will survive. Thank you.
Thank you, Mia, and thank you for giving me this opportunity to present a perspective on the child rights to identity in a context which I've chosen, which is the situation of sexual exploitation and abuse in emergency settings. I want to start by thanking my colleagues present here and the previous speakers for having clarified so well the significance of the importance of a number of provisions in the Convention on the Rights of the Child, and not in the least the drafting history of Article 8, which is at the heart of our mission in CHIP, and in particular what it means in terms of identity and family relations. So I don't want to dwell upon all this now, but I think it's important that we have heard about the right to development, Article 6. We've heard about Article 8. We also have, of course, obligations arising for the states arising out of Article 9 of the Convention. So it's a whole constellation of provisions which put together shows the importance of the right of identity. And so building on the presentations of my esteemed colleagues, I would like to focus on the importance of the child's right to identity in cases of sexual exploitation and abuse, where he or she has been forcibly removed, separated from his or her family environment in emergency settings, even when parents are instrumental in this separation. In fact, in dire circumstances, frequently parents are tempted to and proceed to selling their daughters into marriage in order to allow the family to survive thanks to the dowry. And that these forced marriages often are in fact not at all meant to last. They do not last, and the girl ends up being sold into sexual exploitation. After which feelings of shame prevent these girls to seek support from their own family, resulting in isolation and increased vulnerability without the family safety net, which is so crucial, as we have seen in the context of the child's identity. When I was UN Special Rapporteur on the sale and sexual exploitation of children, I had the opportunity to undertake, together with Daniels, the Special Rapporteur on the right to health, with whom you have just heard, and my other colleague, the Special Rapporteur on contemporary forms of slavery, Urmila Boda, a visit to Nigeria, a joint visit. And our mission was to ascertain the measures taken by the government and other actors to rehabilitate and reintegrate women and children who escaped or were liberated from Boko Haram captivity. That mission was triggered off by the continuing captivity of the schoolgirls abducted, as you will remember, in 2014 by Boko Haram as part of their insurgent strategy. The Chibok schoolgirls were mentioned extensively in the media. I mean, because it shocked the world because of the mere number, 276 girls had been abducted. The length of the time of their captivity in unknown whereabouts. It gave rise to this campaign, which was called Bring Back Our Girls. But of course, there were other abductions taking place at the same time. Also, numerous girls were being abducted. And unfortunately, even today, that kind of practice is still ongoing. But of the children that were rescued at the time were approximately 1,000 at the time of our visit, all referred to sexual violence and other forms of abuse, including situations of servitude, and many of these girls returned pregnant or with babies, having been forced to marry Boko Haram fighters, clean, cook, and carry equipment and weapons. And of course, children were also used as human shields to protect Boko Haram insurgents. Boys were forced to attack their own families and communities to demonstrate loyalty to Boko Haram. Women and girls continue to face sexual violence with reports of rape, child and forced marriage, and survival sex, including by security personnel. So you can imagine the impact which all this had on these children in terms of mental health, self-confidence, and all other manifestations. What we witnessed, in particular when we spoke with these traumatized victims in Maiduguri, which was a huge refugee camp, IDP camp rather, was the stigmatization of the women and the girls who experienced this violence as abductees at the hands of Boko Haram fighters, but in particular, the rejection by their own families and communities. Rather than offering support and understanding to those who were compelled and forced to become wives of Boko Haram insurgents, they were viewed as a direct threat on the basis of their presumed indoctrination. And de-radicalization programs in Nigeria were often part of the response by the authorities, which is obviously not the only answer in situations of that kind. What was also apparent was the high level of stigmatization and ostracism of the children born to the women and girls who were abducted. These babies, children, were viewed as the next generation of fighters. And popular beliefs about bad blood and witchcraft formed the basis of these fears. Aside from physical health implications for these women and children, we were very concerned about the lack of efforts made to meet the psychosocial needs, the mental health needs of these victims. These issues were intrinsically linked to identity loss caused by the separation from family and deprivation of individual autonomy. With the Victim Support Fund focusing primarily on providing economic empowerment and educational needs, programs inadequately address the need for reintegrating the children back into their families and restoring their identities in family relations and their community by involving their families in this process. Our report quotes the findings of an assessment by the IOM of psychosocial needs in some camps, which found that internally displaced persons feel uncertain about the future owing to separation from families and at loss owing to a loss of identity, status, and assets. Factors provoking these feelings included displacement and separation from families, lack of freedom, loss of lives and property, and so on and so forth. The willingness to go home, but uncertainty associated with the return or lack of means to return played a substantial role in determining these feelings. We, as rapporteurs, underlined that these abductions and abuse by Boko Haram and subsequent social exclusion can in turn create extreme vulnerability to violence and exploitation, including many forms of contemporary servitude, such as labor and sexual exploitation, forced marriage, again, forced labor, and the worst form of child labor. In our view, effectively tackling the stigma within broader efforts to increase rehabilitation and reintegration was and is crucial to preventing further such violence. So, dear colleagues, for the purpose of today's presentation, I have drawn attention to the situation in Nigeria, but I could have easily used other examples of emergency contexts where women and children are particularly vulnerable to multiple rights violations, such as identity loss in the context of war or emergencies, such as currently in Afghanistan, Myanmar, Syria, and Ukraine. From the perspective of the rights of all children who are forcibly removed for the purpose of sexual exploitation, we need to look beyond criminalization of the offenders and ensure that state responses address their demands and their rights, and in doing so, be guided by the CRC. Listening to survivors, I often note a sense of lack of respect of their dignity and feelings of betrayal, not only by those who were actors in this process, but because of the continuing lack of recognition of their true identity and sense of deprivation and injustice by authorities and society as a whole. Too often, reintegration back into their families and rehabilitation continues to be hindered by the lack of physical access to affected women and children. Given the importance of one's identity, international standards require that whenever a child is deprived of one of these elements, states have an obligation to restore the child's identity speedily. Article 8 again. Children who are victims of trafficking and other forms of exploitation are entitled to the right to be identified, to protection, to assistance and support, to safe return and protection from re-trafficking and persecution, and access to remedies. They also have specific rights and requirements in respect to care, recovery, and reintegration. In terms of what is needed for effective reintegration programs, in a joint report with the Special Rapporteur on trafficking and other forms of exploitation in situations of conflict and humanitarian crisis, my colleague Maria Grazia Giamarinaro and myself noted the importance of family-based and of family-like solutions. And of course, family relationships also include grandparents and siblings. Relationship to a cultural and or religious community are also important matters to be factored into effective reintegration programs. In this joint report from 2016, quite a while ago, but still valid, I believe, we found that family reunification was rarely implemented in practice, owing to, among other reasons, the restricted concept of family, limited to close relatives only, which does not take into account the diversity in type and composition of families across regions. In addition, the process of family reunification is often lengthy and complex. More than 5 years on, it seems further progress on family reunification is needed. Family reunification is essential for preserving the child's right to identity and the element of family relations. The importance of family reunification in these emergency contexts was the subject of the 2022 resolution on the rights of the child, realizing the rights of the child and family reunification adopted by the Human Rights Council. It had a specific focus on children in migration and international protection and children allegedly associated with armed groups or terrorist groups. This resolution recognizes the importance of preserving the child's right to identity in family relations, and its implementation will require investment into, among other things, fully functioning civil registration systems, full access to records, and cross-border cooperation. It calls upon states to take all measures necessary to ensure the full respect, protection, and fulfillment of the rights of the child without discrimination of any kind, given particular attention to the right to, as far as possible, know and be cared for by his parents, and the right to preserve his or her identity, including nationality, name, and family relations, as recognized by law without an unlawful interference and taking positive measures to prevent family separation, including by reuniting separated family members back to the CRC. The resolution makes a number of recommendations which I hope that the states will heed to. There is a plethora of efforts in terms of contributing to an international framework for family reunification and holistic responses to sexual exploitation and family separation, including recommendations from our joint report and this resolution. The question is not about frameworks, but about political will, prioritization, investment, and coordination of efforts. Family reunification and holistic responses to sexual exploitation will be essential in ongoing emergency contexts, such as what we are currently seeing in Ukraine. In this country, 100,000 children are or were living in residential care. 7 million Ukrainians have left, 60% are children, millions internally displaced, children are dying with homes bombed, limited access to basic services. A significant number of children have been separated from their families. Reports on children trafficked across the borders within European Union countries, but also into the Russian Federation, and whose whereabouts are unknown, many of whom do not possess any valid identity documents, raise serious concerns about their fate, which is likely to be linked to sexual and other forms of exploitation, and the potential of ever being reunited with their families. The mental health impact of being removed from everything which determined their identity, from cultural, including linguistic, environment to family relations, will be huge. It is clear that the capacity of the European actors capable of addressing these gaps needs to be dramatically reinforced. The primary concern is, of course, to identify the victims and to seek reunification with their families. And I applaud the extensive efforts undertaken in this respect by Missing Children Europe. If the latter fails, any further support must address this issue. In all cases, states must ensure redress for victims through remedies that include reparation and support to the child who has been sexually exploited and or unnecessarily separated from his or her family. Redress is not just about compensation or apologies, however important. It must be about restoring what has been taken away from these children, and that is their fundamental right to identity. It is about the right to know and be cared for by their family. It's about holistic rehabilitation programs that include the opportunity to live with the child's family and community. For that right to be restored, we need to ensure that states acknowledge their accountability and as their duty to provide redress flows from that premise. Putting an end to statelessness in this respect and respecting the right to nationality in this respect is imperative. The design and implementation of all measures and policies must respond to the needs of victims who must be consulted and empowered at all stages of the process. And let me also pay tribute to the Council of Europe for having addressed child-driven reintegration and resocialization of victims of child trafficking in the Western Balkans and Turkey in September 2021, resulting in the identification of best practices focusing on action based on the child's best interest and healing processes. I'm confident of the good intentions of many states as well as civil society. The question is how to get it right. There are lessons to be learned, hence the importance of sharing experiences which will allow other stakeholders to make the right choices. It is all about respecting the child's rights embedded in the CRC. Child identity protection stands ready to offer its support in preservation and restoration of the child's right to identity. This is not a privilege, but this is a right for every child. I thank you.
Thank you, Maud. We're a little bit over time, not too much over time, but it's an excellent presentation in terms of the link to mental health, physical health of children that have been sexually exploited in emergency contexts. What I think would be great, I don't see any questions from the audience, but I'd like to ask the three panelists, if you had 2 minutes to speak to a state about this issue, child's right to identity, what would be your message? You've only got 2 minutes with them. Danius, you want to go first?
Thank you. I was thinking now when Maud reminded us and me about our visit to Nigeria, it was one of most painful feelings, at least in my career, when communities were rejecting these women and children because of prejudices and, for example, that these boys will have terrorist blood. And this is about mental health. This is about how emotional psychosocial environment can be intoxicated. In this case, or let's say when people and governments reject people on the move, refugees or asylum seekers who are coming from other countries, other cultures, and then they send message to local population that these who are coming are bad or enemies, and in this, with this, not only mental health and well-being of people on the move is affected in detrimental way, but mental health and well-being of local population is affected in detrimental way because, for example, children will learn all these xenophobic and racist attitudes. Sadly, this is happening in many countries, and in my country, government is friendly to Ukrainians, but not friendly to Iraqians who are coming through Belarusian border. This should not be so. So the context, the discourse is back, which is good from looking for cure in brain to looking for social determinants of mental health, which are about any forms of violence, any forms of discrimination, injustice, insecurity, inequalities. So these are markers, so to say. These are main issues to be addressed by global, regional, national policies and services. And then this is the best way, I think, to protect also identity of children in a legal way, according to CRC and especially Article 8, but also in contextual way, so that we protect children, but when they grow, we allow them to develop in their unique way, whether this is about indigenous, for example, people, or other ethnic minorities, or children with different kind of disabilities or mental health conditions, or in emergencies like in the situations when we discussed now this parallel between Argentina and sadly Russian invasion in Ukraine. There is a lot of painful lessons which we should address as much as possible to stop what is happening. And human rights-based approach and child rights approach is best remedy to address this.
Thanks, Danius, for putting us back in terms of mental health. And then Nigel, if you were going to talk 2 minutes to the Human Rights Council.
Well, to the Human Rights Council or to individual states, I mean, I think that the thing that I would underline very clearly is what I already said, i.e. That this is an obligation that states actively wanted. It was not a negotiated obligation in the sense that there was political wrangling, positioning, posturing. There were different different points of view for various reasons on so many issues in the convention. This was something that states actively wanted. So my second point would be, how can we help you to fulfill that obligation?
Thanks, Nigel. And now Maud.
Well, a very good question. I think we should always try to be as concrete as possible to convince people of what we really want to achieve. And if I were to speak to the Human Rights Council, and knowing that I'm addressing governments, I would really start with reminding them of their accountability as having signed and ratified the Convention on the Right of the Child, which means that this right to identity needs to be respected, but more than just that right, because the right to identity is a gateway to the enjoyment of other rights, which these states also voluntarily have accepted to comply with, like the right to education, the right to appropriate health care, including mental health care, of course. And saying this, I would just add that the world is changing. We all know that. There are so many emergency contexts, whether it's climate change, war, conflict. The obligations entered into when they ratified the convention have taken on another dimension, but the basic obligations remain. The population towards which you hold accountability it may have changed. There's no longer your homogeneous national population of which you're responsible for. You're also accountable and responsible for children who come into your country because of these emergencies. But your obligations, your basic obligations remain. And I think this is something which you have accepted, and you have to go along with the times which are changing. But the fundamental rights of these children, whether they are your own nationals or whether they come from elsewhere, they remain, and you should absolutely abide with this obligation.
Thank you, Maud. That's a great reminder for all states in terms of their obligations to all children. And now I think we will have a pause for lunch for the people that are physically here, and for those that are watching online, bon appetit. And then we'll be back at 1:30 CET time. But if you could log on maybe 5 minutes before, that would be great, because so we can start very Swiss and have the international developments on the right to identity and health. Thank you. Okay, welcome back everybody to our second session for the day. For this session, we have most of our speakers will be speaking remotely because of the time difference. So we have today with us a number of colleagues that have been working within the UN system. And they will be presenting today the child's right to identity and health and the crossover between these two different rights. Our first speakers today will be Kirsten DiMartino and Bashka Mishra from UNICEF based in New York. Their biographies are on our website, so I'm not going to go into that. But what I'd like to do now is to welcome Kirsten. Hello, Kirsten. And Kirsten's going to present to us the idea of twinning of the birth registration and health system and the right to legal identity. Thanks, Kirsten.
Thank you very much, Mia. Can everybody hear me? I hope so. Great. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you may be. It's early morning here, but I'm delighted to join this symposium on every child's right to identity and health. And thank you so much for inviting UNICEF to participate. So as we've probably heard from many of the other speakers, and as we may hear from many of the other speakers, we all know how lack of identity or missing elements of a child's identity can have a profound impact and a lifelong impact on children and the enjoyment of all their rights, especially the right to the highest attainable standard of health. As we all know, children have the right to have their identity established immediately after birth through birth registration in the CRC and in accordance with the SDG 16.9, to have that identity established by the civil registrar, coupled with the issuance of a birth certificate, which is actually the proof of legal identity. Yet, unfortunately, we know that globally, many children do not have a legal identity. We know that over 237 million children, that is 1 in every 3 children worldwide under 5, lack proof of legal identity. This includes 166 million who are not registered and another 70 million who are uncertified. The situation is by no means better for newborns, with 59 million children under 1 who lack proof of identity, including 42 million unregistered and another 17 million who are uncertified. So to put this all into perspective, out of 383,000 children born every day, 115,000 remain unregistered, and another 46,000 go uncertified. So this just gives you the perspective, the scale of the issue. So what contributes to the situation? There are 2 key things. First, not all institutional births are notified, declared, and registered. The global birth registration rate is about 70%, whilst the institutional delivery rate is about 76%. So there's a 6% difference. And the gap is even wider in Africa, for instance, where we have the maximum burden of unregistered children. Every second child is unregistered. The birth registration rate there is 49% versus an institutional delivery rate of 61%. If the gap were to be bridged, 5 million more newborns in Africa would have proof of legal identity every year. So there's real potential. The second point is that a substantial number of home births are not reported. These are the so-called, what we call the missed opportunities that we have talked about for decades. A significant proportion of these births are registered after the legally prescribed period, what we call late registration, and beyond 1 year delayed registration. So whilst we all know the key barriers to universal birth registration, which include lack of demand, accessibility, affordability, complicated birth registration processes, and discriminatory laws and practices, we also have more and more evidence of what actually works to overcome these challenges and the strategies we need to adopt and promote to accelerate progress towards universal birth registration and legal identity for all. Some of these key strategies have spurred progress, and they include, for instance, twinning and interoperability with the health sector, legal and policy reforms, simplification of CR processes, civil registration processes, creation of demand for birth registration, demanded as a human right, the use of innovative and safe digital civil registration and vital statistics solutions to speed up the service delivery and reach vulnerable and marginalized populations, and the promotion of free universal birth registration for all children 0 to 17, including waiver of fees and fines for late and delayed registration, and providing the first copy of the birth certificate free of charge. So as a result of these strategies, in 2021, UNICEF was able to support around 70 countries to improve birth registration and strengthen the civil registration system and vital statistics system. And we were able to register around 38 million children's births globally. However, there is one key strategy which has emerged as particularly effective, and this is twinning with the health sector. Leveraging the reach of the health sector and enhancing interoperability of the health sector with civil registration is really proving to be a real game changer in accelerating progress on SDG 16.9. This approach, coupled with decentralization, with simplified business processes, which promote a one-stop approach to birth registration and certification, supported by the appropriate use of digital tools, are proving to be particularly impactful. Maternity wards and immunization desks provide the best opportunity to complete registration and registration to an integrated approach. We need to register children where they are born or vaccinated in health facilities in the community. Interoperability between health platforms and the civil registry is spurring notable gains in various countries, including, for example, Cameroon, Ghana, India, Kenya, Liberia, Nigeria, Rwanda, Senegal, Sri Lanka, and the United Republic of Tanzania, to name just a few. And I would like to give you an example from India, from India's most populous state, Uttar Pradesh. The rate of birth registration for newborns increased to 89% in 2021, compared to 80% in 2020, as a result of sustained efforts to improve interoperability between the health and civil registration systems. This means that almost 500,000 more children were registered. Another example is Côte d'Ivoire, where midwives are mandated now by law to establish birth declarations for children who are born in maternities, at home, or go to health centers for vaccination. This model is now available in 100% of maternities and immunization centers across the country in Côte d'Ivoire. And as a result, the registration rate for children 0 to 1 year increased by 10% from 58% to 68% over 3 years from 2018 to 2021. Of the 73 countries that UNICEF supported in 2021, 54 countries, that is 74%, have interoperability with the health sector. At least 80% of health facilities in these countries provide declaration, registration, and certification of services. So we know that well-functioning CRVS systems can also help improve vaccination coverage. We have empirical evidence now of this from the birth registration and electronic immunization registry integration pilot in one region in Tanzania. And UNICEF Child Protection and Health teams are now working together to take this to scale and replicate it in other countries. So recognizing the potential of twinning with the health sector and to track and also to track progress more effectively for the first time in 2021, UNICEF also established a baseline with data from 77 countries that provides a distribution of 1.2 million health facilities across the entire continuum of birth registration services, so notification, declaration, registration, and certification, to track progress. And this indicator is now being included in UNICEF's new strategic plan for 2022 to 2025. So we will be tracking the progress we are making and the success we are hopefully having by twinning with the health sector to accelerate progress on legal identity for all. And then to further complement, of course, these efforts, UNICEF Child Protection Team and health teams have developed what we call a joint statement on opportunities for leveraging the health sector's reach to strengthen birth and death registration systems. This supplements the 2021 UNICEF WHO guidance on health sector contributions towards improving the civil registration of birth and death in low-income countries. The joint statement basically outlines 13 key actions where child protection and health can collaborate more closely to accelerate progress on birth and death registration in country-specific contexts. And of course, we plan to release this shortly also for use by external partners. So before we conclude, I would also like to invite briefly my colleague Bhaskar Mishra to provide a couple of very specific scenarios of engaging with the health sector and how such an engagement has really helped countries to improve birth registration in a much shorter period of time. So thank you very much, and over to you, Bhaskar. Thank you.
I can't see Bhaskar.
I can't see him either. Just a moment.
It's the invisible person. Bhaskar, did you use the same link that I shared this morning to Kirsten? Because I think you have to use that one. Can you at least show us your face, your video face? Okay, I think you're coming now. Yep, you're joining now, Bhaskar. I can see you, I think, once you show us your face. Because you say you're here. I can't see him, but what I might do is I skip to Monica, and then once I see Bhaskar's face come up on the screen, then we can go back to him at the end of Monica. What we'll do now is we have Monica from UNHCR.
I'm here.
Okay, you're here. Show us your face then, Bhaskar.
Sorry, I joined the long link, okay? You just
We need to, do you want to do it invisibly or do you want to show us your face?
Yeah. Can you see me?
No, we can just see your screen. I mean, the backdrop of your screen. I can't see your face yet.
I don't know. My camera had some problem.
Okay, just, yeah, now we can see you. We saw you, you came, but you left. Now you're there.
Okay.
Perfect.
So, thank you, Mia. Thank you, Kirsten. I don't think there is much to talk about after Kirsten's presentation. Nevertheless, I would like to share some thoughts about the interoperability between health and civil registry systems, mostly from a practitioner's perspective. The health civil registration national ID pathway that we have been talking for years is critical for leaving no one behind. It is essential to create the stock, that is the initial coverage rate, and also to maintain the flow. This pathway basically follows two fundamental principles: collect information once and use multiple times, and move information, not people, which are core to addressing the problems of accessibility, that is distance, and affordability, that is cost, that most developing countries face today. Information once captured in a system and reflected in other systems in real time will force authorities not to deny the existence of a child or a person because of cumbersome and complicated process, and will be the best guarantee against exploitation. As Kirsten presented, the health sector plays an important role in all stages of civil registration, notification that the health sector has been doing traditionally for decades, to declaration where health staff can declare an event, thus restricting the movement of parents to health facilities, to on-site registration and certification. Let me cite two examples where I was part of the process. In India, we had been struggling to improve the coverage rate. In India, we have 26 million births every year, 8 million deaths every year. So 34 million is the total burden of events. And for decades, the birth registration rate was hovering around 50 to 60%. Thanks to a Supreme Court judgment in 2011 that declared all government health facilities as sub-registration centers, India has achieved more than 90% coverage rate in birth registration and close to 90% in death registration. The Uttar Pradesh example that Kristen talked about used to be 40 to 45% and used to suppress the national average by 7 to 8 percentage points. In Tanzania, because of delegating the responsibility of registration and certification to health facilities, the average distance has come down to 5 to 6 kilometers from 80 to 140 kilometers. From a 3-step and multiple visit process, now it has become a 1-step, 1-visit process. And families have saved millions of shillings because of this simplified process. Another thing that I want to emphasize is that if you embed birth registration services in maternities and immunization desks, it will help countries set up a gender-responsive civil registration system. Mothers need not travel farther distances. Mothers need not travel more than once to avail birth registration services. Mothers need not at all travel exclusively for availing birth registration services that we are seeing, like even in countries in Africa. However, to optimize the benefits of interoperability, countries also need to waive the fees for registration and certification and fines for late and delayed registration. This is not a single solution that can take care of all issues. Let me stop here. If there are any questions, I'll be very happy to answer. Thanks.
Thanks, Bashka. What we'll do is we'll group our questions for the end of all this session. So for you, Kirsten, for Monica Sandvik from UNHCR, and also for Sabine, and also for Judge Pangalangan that will join us shortly. Now I'd like to welcome Monica Sandvik from UNHCR to talk about the child's right to identity and health, specifically focusing on statelessness. Thanks, Monica.
No, thanks, Mia, and thanks, colleagues, for this opportunity to speak this panel. It's been really kind of a very good exercise for us as well, because I think one of the things that we've discovered in this process is that how little information and data we have on stateless persons and their access to health. So what I will share is maybe a little bit anecdotal, but I think it is also reflective of the data we have for the time being. But I think it is quite revealing still. Next slide, please. So just so that we are on the same page, I just wanted to put out this definition of statelessness. A stateless person is a person who is not considered as a national by any state under the operation of its law. So people who don't really belong anywhere have no, are missing one key element of their identity, which is the nationality. I think it's something that many of us take for granted, but for those who lack nationality, they know what the impact of this is on their lives, and in particular on their access to health. So we have globally about 4.3 million identified stateless persons by the end of 2021. This is based on statistics that UNHCR is collecting, and there's around slightly under 100 countries that are reporting this type of data. It doesn't mean that there are just 4.3 million stateless persons globally, because we think that there are significant gaps, since we only have around 96, 97 countries reporting this information. So there are significant population groups missing. So the higher estimate is maybe around 10 million people being stateless. There are many factors that are causing statelessness, such as discrimination in nationality laws. They might be based on racial or religious discrimination, or often gender. So there are about 24 countries that have gender unequal nationality laws, meaning that women can't confer nationality to their children, which is one kind of key reason for children becoming stateless. Sometimes there's also conflict between or gaps in nationality laws, and then also state succession, like we saw, for example, with the fall of the Soviet Union, with kind of new countries being established around the borders of the former Soviet Union, and many thousands of people kind of being in a limbo there, where Soviet Union documents no longer were valid. They had lived for a long time in the surrounding countries, and were somehow left in a limbo due to that. Next slide. I was not going to go into so much more detail on statelessness, but just to maybe also put UNHCR in the picture here. So UNHCR has a mandate to work on statelessness, and we have kind of 4 components of that mandate. It's about identifying persons who are stateless, protecting those who are stateless, resolving situations of statelessness, and then also preventing statelessness. Our work is defined by 2 conventions on statelessness, the 54 Convention on the Status of Stateless that sets out minimum standards for the treatment of stateless persons and defines what a stateless person is. The 61 Convention is on the reduction of statelessness and kind of outlines some key safeguards, especially in relation to prevent childhood statelessness. So I wanted to take this out, this quote from the African Committee on the Rights and Welfare of the Children from a case that they handled on Nubian minors versus Kenya in 2011, which really kind of highlights the link to health and statelessness, where by the African Committee said that they cannot overemphasize the overall negative impact of statelessness on children. While it's always no fault of their own, stateless children often inherit an uncertain future, and statelessness is particularly devastating to children in the realization of their socioeconomic rights, such as access to healthcare and access to education. In sum, being stateless as a child is generally the antithesis of the best interest of the child. And I'm sure we can all agree with that statement. Next slide. So, as I said earlier, we are really lacking information and data on issues around health and stateless persons. So some of this information is based actually on the 2015 survey that UNHCR did. So it's no way kind of a global survey, but it is at least somehow indicative. And I think, in UNHCR, we're also looking increasingly at, I think we've approached statelessness very much as a legal issue, but increasingly trying to look at it from a development angle, to try to make the case or demonstrate that it is not in country's interest to have people who are outside of the system, who are not documented, who are not who are on their territory but invisible. I think also with the development angle, it's also to kind of show governments that it is in their own interest to try to address this situation and solve situations of statelessness. Also in order for them to meet the SDGs and to facilitate their development planning and so on. So when it comes specifically to health and public health, I think we can agree that no country really benefits from having people outside of the system and the health frameworks. According to this study that we did was, we see that more than 30 countries, children need nationality documentation to access healthcare. And it goes without saying that this will also have implications for public health. And at least 20 of countries, stateless children cannot be legally vaccinated. I think we saw some changes in this when in the COVID, because I think that really demonstrated that, you can't have a COVID response and immunization on COVID unless you look at the whole, everybody in your territory, because if you have a small group who are not accessing vaccine immunization, they will put other people at risk as well. Another component in terms of public health, I also noted that I think there's also a case of cost effectiveness here, that, we had received reports about families that can't access public pediatric services or just child health education, which then results in that when children get sick because of ignorance, of lack of information to parents, they take them to emergency departments or even for, when the children have sore throats. That's not a good use of the health services. It's not an effective, cost-effective way of addressing health needs. So I think this fact that stateless communities are often also excluded from health education, public health education, which sometimes maybe is disseminated also through schools. And we know that stateless children in many cases can't access education. Yeah, I think that was the main point on this. So we go to the next slide. I think when you look at the specific barriers, I mean, of course, financial barriers is a key one. I put in this quote from Haidar Osman, who is an ethnic Albanian stateless in Macedonia. He has an ID for foreigners. Most likely he's lived in Macedonia all his life, but yet the only ID you can get is an ID for foreigners, and nobody wants to employ him. And therefore it kind of puts him and his family in this cycle of poverty. The same person also had cancer, and he was not able to, he had to kind of get a private insurance in order to be able to get some sort of care for that, for his health. So because of the, statelessness often being intergenerational, they are not able to access the formal labor market. It really makes them more susceptible to poverty, and they're more likely than to experience difficulties in meeting health care costs. And this is maybe one of the really main barriers for access to health for stateless persons. While there are national health insurances in an increasing number of countries, this is not, in most cases, an opportunity or that is accessible for persons who are stateless, because for signing up for national health insurances, you would need an ID to do so, and therefore many of them again have to rely on private health services. Over to the next slide, please. So many of stateless persons, or actually 75%, belong to ethnic minorities, many of which often then live in very remote areas or hard to reach locations, like, for example, people who belong to the hill tribes of Thailand. I think this quote here also shows about the marginalization, stigmatization of stateless communities, which means that they also are often left to feel inferior, disheartened, and tired and hurt. I think that, this also brings me to the point of mental health. And we have just, again, anecdotal information on the impact of statelessness on mental health. But when families are left in limbo, and they know that, if they are able to marry and they have children, their children will often also be stateless, and therefore left in this limbo with very limited opportunities to create a future for themselves. There is no doubt in my mind that this really results in an impact on the mental health of the parents and of the children. And I'm glad, I think Sabine is speaking a little bit more on mental health later on. But also because of many stateless people living in remote areas and maybe speaking minority languages, I think it's also sometimes hard for them to access public health services because of the language issue, or because they lack these services in these maybe marginalized and hard to reach locations. Next slide, please. There's also another barrier for stateless persons when they try to access health services, and it's this fear of coming forward. Because they don't have a legal status in the country where they live, they're often kind of reluctant to approach authorities because they are afraid that it could result in an arrest or detention. And this makes me think again about the link to public health. This is a challenge also for the public health. I think we saw some changes in this with COVID, and I think Denisha is going to speak about this a little bit more. But for example, in the United Kingdom, there was a decision to firewall between the vaccination or health services and immigration. So people who were undocumented, or including stateless people, were not afraid to kind of come forward for vaccination because they knew their data or information would not be shared with the police. And there are also maybe more psychological limitations or barriers to health, which is described by this case in Malaysia, where she's saying that lately I've been coughing a lot and there has been blood. I visited a clinic and took medication, but it didn't work. They asked me to go to the hospital, but to go there is very embarrassing because they ask a million of questions where I am from because I don't have proof of nationality. They're suspicious and it makes me feel like I'm stealing something, so I can't go. And again, you know, most stateless people are people who've never left the country. They've always lived in the country. So when you go to health services in a situation where you are already vulnerable or in a weak position and you're facing this kind of interrogation, it doesn't really create trust or make you willing to go through this unless you really have to. So finally, I have a few recommendations based on this, which is on the next slide, if you want to skip to that one. And of course, for us, you know, as UNHCR, the first recommendation is really about addressing statelessness, about preventing statelessness by ensuring there are legal safeguards for preventing childhood statelessness and ensuring nationality laws are gender equal. The importance of identifying stateless persons and populations at risk, knowing who they are and where they are, and where these populations have been identified to create a pathway for naturalization or other solutions for them, so they're not left in this limbo. Then also the importance of protecting stateless persons and ensure that they have access to basic services, including health, while they are awaiting solutions. I was interested to hear my UNICEF colleagues talking about birth registration here, and for I think people or communities that are stateless, you know, delayed or late birth registration procedures are important, because or also to find concrete solutions or practical solutions to register children when parents are lacking maybe certain required documents. And we heard also about the twinning of civil registration with health services, which is really a recognized good practice. And thanks to Kirsten for sharing on that. I think it was very interesting. And I was also noted that you said that in some places, this twinning practice is also covering those that are born in homes. And I think that's great, because stateless persons, since they are not able to access health facilities or healthcare, are often giving birth at home. And therefore, if there is a twinning that just occurs in clinics or in institutions, or where delivery is happening in institutions, it again means that stateless persons are kind of not, are falling between the cracks. So I think any kind of twinning situations or twinning practices should really look also at those who are not able to access health services or maternal health services. It's also key that we engage with stateless communities and to understand their needs, their concerns, and their ideas for service delivery. There's an increasing number of organizations led by stateless populations, stateless people, or people who have been affected but maybe have now gained nationality, and they have a wealth of information and knowledge that can inform policies and practices. It's important as part of that exercise to also identify the specific barriers that stateless populations and children may face when to access health services. I think it's useful to also use this kind of public health argument in advocating for access to health services for stateless populations. Again, the recommendation around firewalling between immunization, health services, and immigration services. And finally, I think what is evident also from this presentation is the need to kind of improve data on statelessness, on the socioeconomic impact of statelessness, and then also access to health services. And this is an area that UNHCR is also interested and planning to take forward. So thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Monica. What I'm going to do is actually change a little bit. I'm going to ask UNICEF and UNHCR 2 questions, because we've got a technical thing that we're trying to organize now for the next speaker. But for UNHCR and UNICEF, you talk a lot about the importance of nationality, birth registration, and there are lots and lots of recommendations. but how would you encourage, or what arguments would you use to the states? We've asked these to the speakers in this first session. We've only got a little bit limited amount of time with states to convince them of our arguments. What would be maybe your top 2 or 3 arguments you would give to the states to work on this issue? How would you convince them that birth registration is really important? Or how would you convince them, Monica, about nationality, but specifically in terms of the link to health? So Kirsten and Bashka first, and then maybe Monica.
Okay, I will try my best to answer that question, but then I will probably hand over to Bhaskar. I think in terms of birth registration, one of the first things that comes up, we always talk about strengthening the civil registration and vital statistics systems of a country. If you don't register your children immediately after birth, and there is that imperative specifically in the CRC of immediately, i.e. as soon as possible, you don't know they exist. And if you don't know how many children you have in your country, where they are born, and so forth, how can you plan? How can you as a state plan and ensure that the rights of those children are fulfilled in line with your obligations under the CRC, but also in terms of developing evidence-based policies, planning efforts, budgeting, knowing how many children need to go to school, what budget you need, what resources you need, how many health services you need, etc. So it's really important, even just as a planning tool, yet alone from a child rights perspective and the obligations that states have to deliver on the rights that children have in the CRC, to know exactly where children are and where they are born. If they are not registered, they effectively don't exist in the eyes of the state, with all the implications that has, including for stateless children, as Monica has rightly pointed out. So I leave it at that, but maybe Bhaskar wants to come in. I hope he's still on.
Yeah. Thanks, Kirsten. So I would like to flag 2 issues. In our engagement with the governments, we have been saying that birth registration is both a human rights as well as a development issue, and the cost of inaction is huge. If you don't invest in civil registration system, then practically you don't have a data system where you can get critical information on fertility and mortality indicators at all levels of aggregation. Like, why have we been relying on DHS and mixed surveys for almost everything? And, for 12 out of 17 SDGs, the data has to come from civil registration system. For example, for SDG 3, if you don't have a well-functioning birth registration system from where we get the denominator for maternal mortality, for child mortality, and of late countries have started understanding this aspect of the development aspect. And we are also working on a couple of normative documents to influence the thinking of the government. So we will say 2 things, like both the human rights plus the development issue, and also the vital statistic aspect of the civil registration, which is not possible from any other source, be it census or surveys. Thanks.
Thanks, Bashka. And maybe Monica, how would you convince states that working on nationality is important?
It's a good question, and I think the arguments would be a little bit the same as those that were used by or proposed in relation to civil registration or birth registration. I think one kind of argument also on civil or birth registration is, sometimes stateless people are considered to be people coming from the outside, that they are foreigners, they don't belong, whereas in fact many of them have lived there for generations. But there is this perception, and therefore that could also be seen to a reason why they wouldn't be allowed to register their children. But I think it's important to highlight that birth registration, when it comes to addressing statelessness, is really important because it establishes links with states to which the children could kind of claim to be nationals of, either by birth in terms of their parentage, or then in the country where they are born, because those are then the links to states, which is the foundation for affirming your nationality. In terms of the argument for addressing or ensuring that children can enjoy their right to a nationality, I think, like Kirsten and Bashka said, the CRC and the Article 7 and 8, it's a right for children to have an identity, including a nationality, is important. The cost of inaction, I think we'd use that argument as well. When there are people who are outside of the system, who are not taxpayers because they can only work in the informal sector, it really means that you're not, maximizing your human capital, because there are people who will be outside of the system and they will be part of the informal economy. So we think that there is also loss of income for governments there. And it's also not tapping into the potential of children in particular who could go through the education system, who can sit for exams and graduate and then go on. If that isn't a road that is available for stateless children, that comes at a cost as well to communities. The development argument as well, governments will not be meeting their SDGs unless they consider those who are at risk of being left behind. And then finally, the public health argument when it comes to access to health. So thanks.
Thanks, Monica, Bashka and Kirsten for these very convincing arguments. And it is, Jay, you have a question? You can ask your question. There's a question from someone here for you guys.
Yes. You hear me? I'm Iris from ETD First World. Thank you for all the beautiful presentation, very interesting. I will have a little question, a little introduction to the question. So as noted by many speakers, one of the reasons why many children do not have a legal identity is that their parents do not have the proper documentation. But this situation often, it contributes to a breakup of a child's family, as all the members struggle to find ways to survive. And so the lack of legal identity can also lead to a failure for a child to have a social identity, a strong sense of belonging to a family and to a community, and therefore a sense who they are and where they come from. A clear sense of belonging is key to mental health and to the self-confidence and inner resources that can help children face life challenges. We think that this is very important. This message is for us very important. And the question is, how can we put into place approaches that enable undocumented parents to obtain a legal identity along with their children? Thank you.
Thanks. So Kirsten and Monica and Bashka, the question is, how important is it that the parents have a legal identity to make sure that then the children have an identity? I don't know, maybe Kirsten, you want to go first?
Thank you so much. I will try. And I think it is a very, very important question, because beyond of the process, the act of, for example, providing a child with a birth certificate so that they can prove, so that they exist in the eyes of the state and can access services and can be protected by the state, is, of course, the individual dimension, the mental health dimension. I think Monica also spoke about, the inherent identity and the social dimension of the child. And of course, if parents don't have a legal identity, which, by the way, in the CRC, identity refers to having being registered immediately after birth, but it also refers to name, nationality, and family relations, right? So it goes way beyond just being registered at birth. I think absolutely the social dimension, either not knowing fully who you are or not being able to prove who you are, or also the example that given by Monica of being teased at school because you are stateless and don't have an identity, is a huge issue, and it goes from generation to generation. So it is important that we put a stop to it, so so that it doesn't continue. And if we know that many parents who are stateless, then the child is stateless, and this perpetuates itself across generations. But I hand over to my colleagues who may have more to say. Thank you.
Thanks, Kristen. The bottom line for birth registration is that a baby should have been born within the geographical boundary of a country. That is what is needed. You know, like a baby can be registered without the name of a father. A baby can also be registered without the name of a mother. In case of foundlings, that is what happens. So there's nothing that ideally should stop the registration of a baby if parents don't have documents. But in reality, what happens if you look at the birth registration forms, generally you will have either the place of birth of parents or nationality of parents. And in case of, like population that are at risk of statelessness or living in areas that are prone to migration, illegal migration, authorities become super sensitive. So they will start asking for additional proofs, like which they don't do in case of host population. And in the process, what they forget that the information that is coming to the birth registration is submitted under oath. So tomorrow, if a civil registrar comes to know that a particular information was not correct, like they can cancel the registration rather than stopping the process. So it has to be, it requires a lot of sensitizing, like both in terms of civil registration processes, international best practices and recommendations, and the distinction between a birth certificate and the pathway to nationality. I have come across several such cases when I was Deputy Registrar General India, okay, and when I was working in Tanzania, especially in Kagera and Kigoma, where you have tons of my people coming from Burundi, Congo, and other places, and they have been there for decades and still denied birth registration for children who have been born and now they're in 20s and 30s. So, like the normative side, it looks everything good, but on the practical side, we need to do a lot more. Thanks.
Thanks, Pashka. And Monica?
Well, I don't think I have much to add, but I think it is, maybe just to summarize, I think it is about making sure that we have civil registration systems that are universal and comprehensive, kind of, and we work on strengthening the civil registration systems. Then we eventually will avoid this problem. But I think what Bashka was illustrating was also to have those kind of, be able to accommodate children or families who fall between the cracks, where some documents are missing, and kind of coming back to the point that this is a right for children. You can't penalize children for errors or mistakes of their parents, or, if they aren't married in a certain way that is kind of needed and they have the required documents, that's not the fault of children. You can't bar their or kind of hamper their future because of that. So I think it is that system strengthening and then that attention to individual cases that need to be specifically adjudicated. Thanks.
Thanks, Monica. And now we have with us Sabine Rakotomala, who's a technical officer from World Health Organization. She's prepared for us a video, but she'll be with us for the question time because she's also at the UN General Assembly. Exceptionally, usually she's based in Geneva, but so what we've got is she is going to talk to us about the psychosocial considerations in the development of identity. But maybe we'll do it from Gisella's. It doesn't work, the video. But maybe if you just bear with me for 1 minute. Okay, but it's going to start because it's working. Here we go. Okay, but we have some We have a very good video that's coming up. I've watched it a couple of times already.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. My name is Sabine Rakotomalala, and I work for the World Health Organization's unit, which focuses on violence against children and sits within the Department of Social Determinants of Health. A couple of months ago, when Mia asked me if I could give an intervention on the link between identity and health, the first thing that I did, as any WHO staff would do, was to check whether their organization had already done work on identity development. After a number of negative responses, I reported back to Mia that WHO didn't have any strong evidence or expertise in this area of work. She then told me that, in fact, WHO includes identity as part of their definition of mental health for children, and subsequently sent me the exact policies, definitions, websites, and any document that mentioned identity within the WHO. You know how determined Mia can be. Mental health is defined by the World Health Organization as a state of well-being in which an individual realizes his or her own abilities, can cope with the normal stresses of life, can work productively, and is able to make a contribution to his or her community. Now, for children, the definition of mental health goes a step further and states that it includes a positive sense of identity, the ability to manage thoughts and emotions, the capacity to build relationships, and the ability to acquire education. So there you go. Identity is one of the 4 components for a child's mental health, along with social and emotional capacity and cognitive skills. As always, Mia was right, and I couldn't get out of the talk. Thankfully, I have an academic background in developmental psychology with a focus on psychosocial support, and identity formation is very much part of that trajectory, and one of my favorite topics. That said, I left the school benches over 25 years ago, so hopefully what I say today will be used to stimulate further thinking rather than be considered as the unique and most updated evidence that exists today. Before delving into some theory and a story, 2 definitions are essential to lay the groundwork. The first one is identity, and the second one is psychosocial. The concept of identity was first developed by Erik Erikson in the 1900s. He defined identity as a fundamental organizing principle which develops constantly throughout the lifespan. 2 key components: the organization of one's own character, personality, identity, and the other one is across the lifespan. So it's not static, it's constantly evolving. Some 100 years later, McAdams complements this definition by describing that an individual identity is the reconciliation of his or her internal values, goals, and desires with external forces such as peers, parents, and society that end up making a person's subjective sense of self. So we're looking at the internal development and the influences from the outside that help develop the identity. Erikson actually quite simply believed that personality develops in a series of 8 stages throughout the lifespan, and that social interaction and relationships play a role in the growth of human beings. Each stage, in Erikson's view, builds on the preceding stages and paves the way for the following periods of development. In each of the 8 stages, Erikson believed that people experience a conflict that serves as a turning point in the development to the next stage. Now, if you, like me, have experienced different cultures and socioeconomic contexts, you may be skeptical in believing that universal stages apply to any type of child development, let alone identity formation. Is it really possible that a child has the same identity development, whether he's African or Asian, American, or European? That's what Erikson claimed. However, whether universally applicable or not, there are certainly important food for thought, which is why I want to describe the 8 stages to you. And as I present the stages to you, I want you to imagine your own childhood and life going through these different stages. If you prefer to do it another way, and if you have children, you can also choose one of your children and try to visualize the stages that they may have gone through or are going through, and you can judge for yourself whether these concepts and stages make sense. As you can see on the PowerPoint, we look at the 8 stages. The first stage is the one of infancy. This stage begins at birth and usually lasts until a baby's 18 months old. When your baby's born, they're learning about the world around them. They're completely dependent on you for care. When your baby cries or fusses, you meet their needs by holding, feeding, and caring for them. You build trust. When babies are neglected or their needs aren't met, they develop mistrust. If trust isn't established at this stage of development, it's more difficult to establish later in life. They may feel later on in life a sense of hopelessness when faced with a crisis. The second stage is the one of autonomy versus shame and doubt. You might recognize this as the terrible twos. During this stage, which begins at 18 months old and lasts until the age of 2 or 3, your toddler's development focuses on autonomy versus shame or doubt. Now your toddler's learning how to do things for themselves. By giving praise, you help them establish a foundation for self-belief and autonomy. If you discourage your toddler or don't allow them to work independently, they may feel discouraged, ashamed, and doubtful of their abilities. By helping these children move to the next stage, by giving them this autonomy, they're ready to move to the third stage, which is the preschooler stage, which revolves around initiative and guilt. Development, this stage begins at the age of 3 and lasts until the age of about 5 years old. Here, your child focuses on doing things independently and begins to develop a sense of aims and goals. When they feel encouraged, these children take the initiatives to do things independently. They feel a sense of purpose in their life. If they're criticized or discouraged by caregivers, they may feel guilt instead. As you can see where this is going, if the initiative is given to the child and the child is supported in taking initiative, then he'll move to the next stage and become a proper grade schooler. Often, some children that don't develop to the next stage stay in this toddler attitude of autonomy versus shame. And once that is overcome, then they can move forward. The fourth stage is industry versus inferiority. This stage begins around 6 years old and lasts until the age of 11. During this stage, your child is becoming aware of their individuality. They seek accomplishment in school and sports and seek praise and support from those around them. If teachers, caregivers, and peers offer support and a sense of accomplishment, they feel competent and productive. If they don't receive positive reinforcement for their accomplishment, they may feel inferior or incompetent. This is often also an age where we see bullying and children making fun of each other that aren't able to develop as they should in school. The fifth stage is adolescence, one which we all know too well, either because we went through it or because we have adolescence. At this stage, development centers around identity and role confusion. This stage begins around the age of 12 and lasts until age 18. When you hear the psychological term identity crisis, it comes from this stage of development. During adolescence, you're trying to figure out who you are and establish your goals and priorities. You're establishing your place in the world. If young people are overwhelmed by expectations and responsibilities at this stage, they may not be able to establish their identity. This leads to confusion about what their own needs and goals are. The next stage is young adulthood. At this stage, intimacy and isolation are the focus of development. It begins around 19 years old and lasts until the age of 40. During this time in your life, you're establishing and building upon relationships. If you have meaningful relationships with friends and family, you experience intimacy with others. If you struggle with relationships, you may feel isolated or lonely. The stage 7 is around middle age. The development in this stage is around generativity and stagnation or self-absorption. This stage begins at 40 and lasts until the age of 65. When you feel a sense of care and responsibility, it's called generativity. You look out for those around you, feel the need to pass along what you've learned to younger generations. But if you don't act as a mentor in some capacity, you may feel bitter and unhappy. This leads to restlessness and isolation from your friends, family, and society. The last stage, older adulthood, it brings together integrity versus despair. This stage begins at around 65 years old and lasts throughout the rest of your life. If you're satisfied with life, you age with grace. You often feel pride in what you've accomplished and what you want to demonstrate, and that you want to demonstrate your wisdom to others. When I was working with street children in Brazil in a circus project, I worked for a few months with a 14-year-old girl named Daniela for the purpose of the story. She was being severely abused at home and spent days on the street begging for money. She would bring along her little siblings, put a pillow under her t-shirt, and pretend that she was a pregnant mother to get more money. When she would arrive at the circus after work, she was joyous, literally the clown, by far the best at trapeze, at juggling, at hoops, and was, of course, a great troop leader. This was so mind-boggling to me that during one of my sessions with her, I asked her, "How do you perceive yourself, and how do you think others perceive you?" It was, of course, in full juxtaposition, and she broke into tears. Today, this girl is a happy adult, married with 3 children and holding a job. Of course, not thanks to me, as many other factors impacted her life, and also that's not why I'm telling the story. But for me, it was definitely an aha moment. Following years of theoretical lectures about Erikson's 8 stages, I knew that childhood offers a necessary foundation for mentally healthy adolescence and adulthood. However, at that moment, I realized that Erikson's theory also suggests that psychosocial development offers realistic hope to every child who may have suffered from trauma or maltreatment to relive those experiences and those stages that will bring them along the path to identity formation. It's never too late. With support from caring adults, she would be able to walk through or catch up on stage 1 to 4 that she had so direly missed. Of course, many conversations ensued with her and her family to get through these different stages. I want to conclude by first of all thanking Mia for organizing this seminar. Identity is so important.
Okay, thank you, Sabine, for that very good presentation. I'm just waiting to see if Judge Pangalangan has joined, because if you, or Sabine, are you here? Because if you're not, then we can go to Judge Pangalangan, who's having difficulties connecting. If that's the case, what I suggest is that we will have Judge Pangalangan present in the next session, and we'll have a very short pause now, because I can't see Sabine connected either. There must be a problem with Sabine connected. But anyway, she'll come. If she's here, she'll come back. What I suggest is that we have a quick break now for 10 minutes, 15 minutes, and then we'll have the judge, Darul Pangalangan from the International Criminal Court, speak about his observations on how identities of children in armed conflict, including victims, can be modified. So he's worked on a number of cases and very, very interesting observations in terms of child soldiers as well as girl brides and their sexual exploitation and how their identities have been modified. For this last session, we'll also have Tanya Kleinsorge, the head of the Secretariat of the PACE Committee, Denisha Moss from the program lead for the Institute on Statelessness and Inclusion Children's Program. We have Pia McRae, and we also have Christina Bagliotto. So we'll have a little pause now, and if you can all be back in 10 minutes, and we'll start in 14:45. Thank you to Kirsten, Monica, Bashka for joining us, and Sabine also for her presentation. And we look forward to continuing to work with you. Bye. Of the Secretariat of the PACE Committee on Social Affairs, Health and Sustainable Development. And so it's really good to have you here to speak about health issues and the potential links to identity, and to present all the excellent work that the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe has been doing on this issue on the last few years, but even before that, but I think you're presenting the latest work. But thanks, Tanya.
Yeah, thank you very much. I hope you can hear me okay.
Yeah.
Great, thank you. So I hope you all had a good little break, and I'm really sorry I can't be with you in person today. For those of you who do not know me, my name is Tanja Kleinsorge, and I work for the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe, and to be precise, as the head of the Secretariat of its Committee on Social Affairs, Health and Sustainable Development. The Parliamentary Assembly works closely with the other organs and bodies of the Council of Europe, such as its Child Rights Division and the Steering Committee on the Rights of the Child, the Steering Committee for Human Rights in the fields of biomedicine and health, and the EDQM, the European Pharmacopoeia, and we all work together to try and guarantee and promote children's rights. While the resolutions and the recommendations of the Assembly are not binding, they represent the voice and the will of 46 national parliaments in Europe, and they have a major influence on national and European policy. Most binding legal instruments of the Council of Europe, our convention system, have their origins in Assembly recommendations. The Assembly recognizes all children's rights conferred by the UNCRC, the European Convention on Human Rights, and the revised European Social Charter. This is the basis of our work, which has led over the years to additional conventions conferring further rights, such as the Lanzarote Convention to combat sexual violence against children. However, as we all know, we live in a dynamic world where children's rights often do not fit into neat boxes anymore, and they can thus easily fall through the cracks. In addition, in times of profound crisis and polarization, like the ones we are living through right now, with Russia's war of aggression and many other active wars and conflicts worldwide, the climate and biodiversity crisis, two active pandemics, COVID-19 and monkeypox at the moment, and polio coming up as well again, a worldwide cost of living crisis, food and water shortages and looming famine in many countries, and outbreaks of vaccine-preventable diseases such as measles and polio, and children's rights often slip to the bottom of governments' priority lists. This is why the Parliamentary Assembly has taken special care in the last 10 years to put an emphasis on promoting, guaranteeing, defending, and further developing children's rights. To give you some examples of the problems the Assembly has been working on, the first one would be the right to health. If a child is not registered in a national healthcare system because his or her birth was not registered, or the child is accompanying an illegal migrant, it can be difficult or even impossible to access healthcare. And I think we've heard in some of the presentations beforehand how this works out in practice, and the very difficult problems this can create. Because obviously if somebody's coughing up blood, they may have tuberculosis, and this is a public health problem and not just a problem for the child or the person in question. But this has been particularly problematic in the pandemic. How do you get to COVID or other vaccination shot for a child, or healthcare if the child falls ill, in a pandemic situation where you don't have the outreach to marginalized populations that you would usually have? This is why the Assembly last year looked at the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on children's rights, and is currently working on the mental health impact through a report on taking into consideration the impact of the fight against the COVID-19 pandemic on the mental health of minors and young adults. And Mia will send you afterwards my presentation, because I put lots of links in it, so that if you want to then look up the reports and the resolutions, that you can do so. So that I don't have to go into too much detail. It's always boring if you're just reading out resolutions. So the pandemic has also had a negative impact on vaccine preventable diseases. Many children are behind on their routine childhood vaccinations all over the world. And this puts not just the child, but the whole community at risk, including vulnerable people who cannot be vaccinated and who otherwise would be protected by herd immunity from contagious diseases such as measles or polio. In cooperation with WHO, the Assembly has thus developed concrete recommendations this June, so that's a really, really new resolution on fighting vaccine preventable diseases through quality services and anti-vaccine myth busting. And the child's right to health is also interwoven with the child's right to identity. The right to health can be in danger for donor-conceived children, for example. Even if these children have access to quality healthcare, they may not have the essential information necessary to make the right healthcare decisions, because they simply might not know that they are donor-conceived, or if they are even if they do know it, they may not have access to the necessary information about the diseases which their parents, the donor, might have had. So the Parliamentary Assembly has put a lot of emphasis on 4 interlinked considerations in this field. First of all, the best interest of the child principle must be paramount. Secondly, child participation is essential. Thirdly, child rights intersect with other human rights, such as the right to a healthy environment. And all children need to be protected, whatever their identity, background, status, etc. So I'll go through these considerations one by one. The best interest of the child principle must be paramount. So that's the first one. The Assembly believes that the best interest of the child must be regarded as one of the ultimate goals of the Council of Europe in all circumstances. On many occasions, it has fought uncompromisingly for the preservation of this goal. For example, it called for the provision of constitutional guarantees for the protection and promotion of children's rights based on a modern approach, addressing children as autonomous rights holders, ensuring that the best interests of the child are a primary consideration. The most recent Assembly report on this issue is the 2021 resolution recommendation on best interests of the child and policies to ensure a work-life balance. The resolution based itself on Article 17 of the European Social Charter, which is one of the conventions of the Council of Europe, which requires states parties to provide the necessary protection for the development of children, particularly the most vulnerable, such as girls, migrants, children from ethnic minorities, or those born to poor, single-parent or sexual minority families. For the Assembly, a proper work-life balance for parents and carers is a child's right, and particularly in the early years of a child's life. This balance is all the more important in times of crisis, when children need even more support and protection. In the Assembly's view, depriving children of their parents' attention would be an infringement of their right to development. So in this resolution, the Assembly called upon member states, for example, to ensure that working conditions enable persons responsible for children to provide care for children and support remote learning without being penalized, and secure a healthy lifestyle for children, such as healthy food and physical exercise, and adopt a national strategy for early childhood so as to ensure that childcare services can continue to function while protecting the best interests of the child in consultation with local and regional authorities. The second essential consideration for the Council of Europe is that child participation is necessary. The Assembly continues its work on child participation, putting into practice the valuable guidance that has been developed by the Council of Europe Steering Committee on the Rights of the Child on this topic. So, for example, we had a meeting at the Parliamentary Assembly in June, where we were discussing the outcomes of a piloting initiative on child participation with teenagers from France, Ireland, and the United Kingdom. They had been working with our rapporteurs on child participation and on climate change and children's rights for 3 years, and have contributed with written comments, participation in hearings, and delivering speeches in a plenary debate. They also helped produce a child-friendly version of the report on child participation. At this meeting in Strasbourg, the children also made suggestions to rapporteurs on other reports, and children's contribution to the network of contact parliamentarians for a healthy environment is also currently ongoing. So we adopted a report in January 2022, which on child participation as a foundation for democratic societies, in which the Assembly expressed its commitment to promoting child participation in decision-making in the Council of Europe member states, and undertook to involve children in its own work whenever possible. And to support this undertaking, the Assembly will be appointing a general rapporteur on child participation in autumn 2022. The idea is that the appointed member of the Assembly will act as a driving force for turning the formal endorsement of child participation into systematic and tangible action. And the Assembly will also adopt a child safeguarding policy before the end of the year to ensure that the work that we are doing with participation of children is done with due regard to child protection and the best interests of the child. Thirdly, child rights intersect with other human rights, such as the right to a healthy environment. The rights guaranteed to children in international and European law intersect with each other. And they intersect also with newer human rights, such as the right to a healthy environment. The Parliamentary Assembly has been in the vanguard with this, recently adopting, for example, resolutions on inaction on climate change, a violation of children's rights, and air pollution, a challenge for public health in Europe. So I think that we don't need to go into too much detail on this question. So I'm going to skip a few paragraphs of my speech. But I think what is important in this is to understand that in the fight against climate change, the challenge of preserving a viable environment must be combined with the need to uphold the human rights of all generations. And this, of course, includes a sustainable future for the world's children and also those children still to be born. So we need to ensure that our member states collaborate with a view to establishing an international legal status for environmental refugees and protecting the victims of forced migration due to climate change and environmental degradation, in particular children. Also, what is really important is to systematically assess the impact of relevant legislation and policies on children and on future generations in terms of the right to a safe, clean, healthy, and sustainable environment. And priority needs to be given to climate change adaptation policies favoring the resilience of children to climate change and initiatives to improve the quality of life and health of children, notably via the development of resilient and green infrastructures in schools, a sustainable energy supply, the establishment of zero emission zones around childcare centres and schools, and the obligation to use short supply routes for food products. Finally, all children need to be protected, whatever their identity, background, status, etc. This means that the Council of Europe fights for all children, including migrant and refugee children, poor children, minority children, any child, really, all children. And it also looks at special cases, such as the particular case of children born involving donor material, which I know is of particular interest to this symposium, which is looking at the intersection of the child's rights to identity and health. I would thus like to end my presentation today with some excerpts of the 2019 recommendation of the Parliamentary Assembly on anonymous donation of sperm and oocytes, balancing the rights of parents, donors, and children. In this recommendation, the Assembly asked the Committee of Ministers to make recommendations to Member States in order to improve the protection of the rights of all the parties concerned, while focusing on the rights of the donor-conceived person, who is in the most vulnerable position and for whom the stakes appear to be higher. And so the Assembly considered that these recommendations should be based on the following principles. Anonymity should be waived for all future gamete donations in Council of Europe member states, and the use of anonymously donated sperm and oocytes should be prohibited. This would mean that, except in exceptional cases when the donation is from a close relative or friend, the donor's identity would not be revealed to the family at the time of the donation, but to the donor-conceived child upon their 16th or 18th birthday. And the donor-conceived child would be informed at that time, ideally by the state, of the existence of supplementary information on the circumstances of their birth. The donor-conceived person could then decide whether and when to access this information containing the identity of the donor and whether to initiate contact, ideally after having had access to appropriate guidance, counseling, and support services before making a decision. And there was also a recommendation for member states which do permit sperm and oocyte donation to set up and run a national donor and donor-conceived person register with a view to facilitating the sharing of information, but also with a view to enforcing an upper limit on the number of possible donations by the same donor, ensuring that close relations cannot marry, and tracing donors if the medical need should arise. Clinics and service providers should be required to keep and share adequate records with the register, and a mechanism should be established to provide for cross-border exchanges of information between national registers. The question of the anonymity of gamete donors, the ones who gave in the past, there was a big debate about whether it should be lifted retroactively or not. And the Assembly decided that the anonymity of gamete donors should not be lifted retroactively, where anonymity was promised at the time of the donation, except for medical reasons, so that's where we are with the Symposium, or where the donor has consented to the lifting of the anonymity and thus inclusion on the donor and donor conceived person register. Donors should be offered guidance and counseling before they decide whether or not to agree to the lifting of anonymity. So I hope that that was not too fast. And any questions, I'd be happy to answer them. And otherwise also Mia will distribute my speech in that way. Everybody can have access, and you can also check on our website. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Tanya. Always a very comprehensive presentation in terms of the Council of Europe's work, particularly PACE. We'll leave the questions till the end, if that's okay, because you can stay with us. And now I do have, we're honoured to have Judge Varul Pangalangan from the Philippines, and it's late for him, so sorry. But thank you, because we really would like to hear about your work that you've worked with in the cases that you've dealt with at the court. Thank you.
Thank you, Mia. It's a pleasure to be part of the forum, and thank you also, Mia, for being so helpful getting me connected online. I would like to take up the issue of the importance of child's identity in the context of cases we dealt with in my former court, the International Criminal Court, and specifically the problem of child soldiers. I was involved actually in a number of these cases, the last of them being the case from Uganda involving the Lord's Resistance Army. But my discussion is general in reference to the pattern that has emerged in many of these cases at the ICC. The pattern is that boys and girls are abducted, sometimes on their way to school, sometimes in like slave raids in their villages, abducted by the, in these cases, the rebel armies. The boys become child soldiers. The girls, if they have not yet reached puberty, are assigned as servants in the households of the commanders. And eventually they become forced wives. The recruitment of child soldiers is actually part of the way by which these armies get more soldiers into their ranks. For the forced wives, it is a mode of rewarding commanders and officers. Now, let me turn to the two important points on the role of child's identity. One, rather rudimentary, but still very important as a matter of law, and the other, one which has more profound moral implications. Let's start with the more basic. It's nothing sophisticated. I refer to child's identity basically as the availability of birth documents, their registry of birth, needed to satisfy the legal requirement, one of the elements of the crime, namely to establish that the child subject of having been conscripted or enlisted is under the age of 15. So notice, in order to establish the crime in the course of the proceedings, it has to be proved by witnesses or by records that the child, the boy or the girl, was under 15. The typical scenario in some of these cases involve places where the civil registry is not functioning. No official record of birth, or if the civil registrar visits the village only rarely, when the kids register, the parents don't remember the actual date of birth. So you can imagine, in court, a witness testifies, a former child soldier, and there will be a whole round of questions asking, when were you born? Now, in many of the places we are familiar with, safe, secure communities, ask any kid, when is your birthday? And for sure that kid will know his or her birthday, and I can imagine will answer with so much energy the thoughts of a birthday celebration and all the gifts. But in the context of the cases that we heard at The Hague, the question, when is your birthday, seems tough. Even worse, the records are incomplete. One date appears in the registry, the other in the school records, another date in the baptismal certificate, perhaps another in the ID as a refugee. In fact, just to show you how bizarre it can get, many kids would be registered to have been born on the 1st of January. And apparently, the explanation is that the civil registrar came once a year, and if he asked the date of birth and the parents didn't remember, he just wrote January 1. Now, note that in the course of a legal proceeding, these questions might just seem to be, factual. But you see, number one, of course, it unnecessarily prolongs a proceeding, especially if you have to hear the witnesses of many of the child soldiers. But it also unsettles the witness. Some witnesses might feel that they have to lie, to invent, when in fact it is not their fault that no one registered their date of birth, their place of birth, the identity of their parents. And in conclusion for this portion, the birth and identity records of the child soldiers plays an indispensable function in the prosecution of the war crime of the recruitment and use of child soldiers. But let me turn to the second effect and of the lack on the importance of the child's identity. Again, this is a pattern. Once a child is abducted in slave raids into the villages or while on their way to school, the first step is brainwashing. The goal is to disconnect them from their previous world, where they were children who were loved by parents who belonged to a family with siblings and cousins and playmates who belonged to a village. The goal, in order to make them effective child soldiers, loyal to their commanders, loyal to their new army, the goal is to disconnect them from those moral bonds where they as children were loved and can love in return. And again, this is a story that has been played out. It is all in the judicial record. The way to erase that previous identity is via a most brutal method. The kids are often commanded under threat of death or torture to murder their friends, their classmates, their family members. And the effect when they do that is that they need to tell themselves that they are now a different person. They are no longer that innocent child, that innocent 10-year-old, 11-year-old child who was taken away from the village or from the school. They are now soldiers in a new army. They do not belong to their parents, their families, their village. They do not have to account to those communities for the morality of their conduct. They are soldiers of a new army. And I would like just to close with one testimony that has stuck in my mind all these years, which demonstrates the extent to which this brutal act by which the child is brainwashing is really so profound. A former child soldier was testifying, and he had decided to escape from the army. He had had enough of that life, wanted to find his way back to his village. And along the way, he noticed, after wandering through the, they call it the bush, wandering through the bush, he saw that a villager saw him, and he felt that the soldier might have identified him as a child soldier, as, in other words, as one of the bad guys identified with that rebel army. And he, the child soldier, said his first instinct was to shoot the guy because the guy might report him. But he had to hold back, and he told himself, I am no longer part of the rebel army. I am going back to my village. I have to think like one of them all over again. And he said that at that point, he felt he couldn't shoot the guy who identified him as a member of the rebel army. So just by way of closing, a child's identity is of course important legally in terms of the existence of the birth records, but it is also important morally, about the constitution of a moral code, about ensuring that the child's moral universe is kept intact, it is not suspended, but remains anchored with the child's identity, with his family, his village, and his nation. We can debate the moralities of various communities, that is fine. But what is important is that we can assume the existence of a moral code, in contrast to the law of the jungle, into which the child soldiers are thrust when forced to commit brutal acts unimaginable in their original moral universe. And I close that point. Thank you.
That's why I insisted that you speak, Judge Pangalangan. It's very, I mean, it's heartbreaking that these cases exist. We will have some questions if you can stay for just a little bit longer.
I have time.
Okay, perfect. I'm sure that there will be some questions for you. And now I have Denisha Moss from the Institute on Statelessness and Inclusion. And what she'll be speaking about is how statelessness impacts health. In particular, she's going to focus on the COVID-19 pandemic. I'm sure we all want to forget the COVID pandemic. And there are very good reasons why we should forget it in terms of the impact it's had on children. And so I give the floor now to Denisha. Thanks, Denisha.
Great. Thanks so much, Mia, and thank you for inviting ISI to contribute to this really important topic. So we've been talking already today quite a lot about the right to identity and the right to health, and these are human rights to be enjoyed by all. The right to health is protected under international law, and the right itself is broader than just access to healthcare and incorporates other factors necessary to sustain optimal health. These underlying determinants of health include, for example, access to safe drinking water, adequate nutrition, and housing, for instance, and these serve the foundation to achieve the highest attainable standard of health. However, for stateless people, the conditions and circumstances in which they've been born and the conditions in which they live and basically exist mean that when we consider social determinants of health, their ability to fully enjoy their right to health is unfortunately predetermined. Moreover, on a daily basis, stateless people face structural barriers linked to their lack of nationality and legal documentation, often rooted in discrimination and exclusion, which serve to only further compound their inability to enjoy their right to health. So in this presentation, I'm going to look at the barriers and obstacles that prevent stateless people from being able to fully enjoy their right to health. I will look at the implications of those barriers, and I will zoom in on specific issues that emerged for stateless communities during the global pandemic. So as we already articulated, the right to health constitutes a human right. However, for stateless people, including children, this is not their reality. The impediments for stateless people to enjoy the right to health are not only well documented, but are also in need of urgent need of being addressed. As you heard earlier from UNHCR, around 30 countries around the world require some form of documentation to treat a child at a health facility. And in at least 20 countries around the world, stateless children cannot be legally vaccinated. Moreover, other factors linked to one's lack of nationality, such as prohibitive costs and limitations on movement, exacerbate the problems stateless people face when trying to seek preventative and, in some instances, emergency care. The cumulative consequences of these hurdles can result in a failure to receive life-saving interventions and have been linked to increased psychosocial stress impacting children's mental health. These challenges and barriers have long existed for stateless people, trying to access what most of us take for granted and consider to be a human right. However, it was with the emergence of the global pandemic that these issues were magnified for stateless people. So in March 2020, with the outbreak of the global pandemic, this shone a bright light on the stark disparity between how people in different socioeconomic brackets were affected in their ability to prevent and gain access to treatment for COVID. This was really obvious and poignant amongst stateless populations. So as nations rushed to implement measures to contain the spread of the disease within their borders, stateless populations all over the world, often living in cramped and unsanitary conditions, were further marginalized and were often blamed for spikes in cases, excluded from national discussions and action plans to address the pandemic, and experienced increased its discrimination. The stark reality facing stateless people was highlighted by the High Commissioner for Human Rights, who stated, "This virus is exposing both the devastating consequences of statelessness and the urgency of the need to resolve it. The right to nationality is a fundamental human right, and in this time of crisis, it can mean the difference between life and death." Yet, as the global race to secure vaccines and subsequently establish national vaccination plans that would help to facilitate a return to normalcy, there were further illustrations of just how marginalized stateless populations were. Many countries took a citizens first approach, and in places like Central Asia and in Kenya, vaccination rollout plans did not include stateless people. In countries like Sweden, a digital ID was needed in order to procure a COVID test. And in places like India, an ID card was required in order to receive the vaccine. So as we can see, notwithstanding this universal right to health, stateless people and those at risk of statelessness face real difficulty in realizing their right to health. But it was really COVID-19 that brought this issue sharply into focus and demonstrated how these structural barriers create life-threatening situations for them. So just several months into the start of the global pandemic, it became clear that stateless people would bear the brunt of the fallout of COVID. And this propelled ISI and partners to jump into action. And in June 2020, the COVID-19 Emergency Statelessness Fund was established. The fund was created to respond to the life-threatening marginalization and potentially disastrous consequences that that stateless people faced in the context of COVID-19. And so over 2 years, this initiative has enabled ISI to work with 16 partners around the world to monitor, document, and advocate on issues emerging for stateless communities due to the pandemic. And this was able to give a unique insight into a range of structural problems related to access to health. One of the main takeaways observed from this initiative was how, despite it being a global health crisis, for which nationality and other statuses should not be the primary consideration, states decided to pursue this citizens first approach in their plans. This approach had a detrimental impact on stateless communities, which I would like to illustrate by focusing on 3 specific issues. So firstly, looking at discrimination and how statelessness impacts underlying determinants of health. Then looking at lack of documentation and its implication on the right to equal access of healthcare. And then I will focus a little bit on access to vaccines. So with respect to discrimination, I'd like to start by looking at the situation of what transpired in the Dominican Republic. So just by way of background, the Dominican Republic is home to more than 100,000 stateless people, and they are mostly of Haitian descent. Their status basically came against a backdrop of historic systemic racial discrimination. And the Constitutional Court in 2013, basically in a ruling that reinterpreted the provisions of the Constitution, excluded people of foreign ancestry from nationality, despite the country having used solely provisions. This effectively stripped tens of thousands of Dominicans of Haitian descent of citizenship. And after intense international condemnation, the government sort of walked back their position and decided that they would take some steps to restore nationality for some people. However, in practice, this has not really happened in the stage that it should. And so I want to focus here on a case study of a woman called Nadia. Nadia is a 25-year-old stateless woman from the Dominican Republic. She has 3 stateless children. And she basically talked about how undocumented people were excluded from the government's programs created to respond to and mitigate against the economic impact of COVID-19. For Nadia, despite having been registered, having a regularization card to have her nationality restored, she had not yet arrived at that place where her nationality had been restored. And so she had an expired regularization card and was unclear of what next steps would be necessary in order to naturalize. During COVID-19, she explained what this meant for her. And she said, in this pandemic, the government has helped many people. Those who have an identity card are getting food and monthly deposits of funds. Any kind of help goes to those with documents, and those without get nothing. My Dominican mother-in-law and neighbors receive funds on their card. Whenever they are going to distribute something, they say it's only for the people with documents, and those without them shouldn't come. I feel so bad. Sometimes it really weighs on me. Sometimes I say, look at how the people with identity cards are getting food, and if I had gotten my ID, I would be getting funds and food for my children. What Nadia's experience also underscores is how, against the backdrop of a system of discrimination, underlying determinants of health are also adversely impacted. This is evident from her experience, wherein even her access to social assistance programs like food and financial support designed to mitigate against COVID-19 exclude people like her on account of her lack of documents. Then I'd like to talk a little bit about the situation of Montenegro. And in this case, in general, the stateless population of Montenegro is comprised mainly of Roma, who never obtained citizenship documents, but also includes Roma, Egyptians, and Ashkalis displaced from Kosovo, who never registered as legal residents, and therefore they cannot establish their right of legal residency, which is necessary for them to be able to apply for citizenship. Discrimination and stigmatization of this group have left the government reluctant to reinitiate any citizenship campaigns. And according to the government, this should be a regional solution for these people and not a national one. So when we look at, for example, equal access to health, this is a challenge for stateless people in Montenegro. And there were already multiple barriers in place even before COVID. For example, without documentation and any legal status, stateless people are barred from being registered in the electronic medical system, meaning that any continuous medical treatment, long-term care, or even preventative care is essentially not possible. Then there's the issue of prohibitive costs. Healthcare in general for citizens is free. However, legal residents and stateless persons are excluded. And so what this means is that although in some cases medical professionals might exercise their discretion in providing free examinations, medication, lab tests, and treatment usually has a cost attached to it. And this, as a result of the cost of healthcare, this is indicative of the unequal access and presents a barrier for this group of people. Then there is also the issue of access to accurate information pertaining to the cost of healthcare. So for example, although hospitals recently waived the cost for childbirth regardless of legal status, many women are aware of this development and still prefer home births. And this leads to further complications down the road when it comes to documenting those children. So all these factors run directly counter to one's entitlements under the right to health, in particular, the right to equal access to the healthcare system, the right to prevention and treatment, and the right to health-related education and information. During COVID, sorry, I'll just add some of these points here for you. During COVID, stigmatization further impacted the socioeconomic rights of stateless people. So the Roma community in particular is somewhat isolated and segregated from the local community. And this is a factor that during COVID helped to minimize transmission. However, when restrictions were imposed later on, the economic livelihood of this community was severely curtailed. And the stateless Roma in particularly were disproportionately impacted. So again, we have this clear illustration of how being undocumented and stateless in Montenegro impacts one's right to health and access to healthcare. And then finally, I want to talk about another issue that arose during COVID-19, and that is the issue of access to vaccines. After it became clear that states would prioritize citizens for COVID testing and treatment, a clarion call went out from international agencies and human rights organizations and NGOs regarding the need for equitable distribution of vaccines amongst populations. Preempting what could already be foreseen regarding the national vaccine distribution plans, the Director General of IOM was quoted as saying, "If 2020 has taught us something, it is that ill health is a universal issue that does not distinguish based on nationality. So to be truly effective, neither should our health coverage, including in the upcoming COVID-19 vaccination efforts." Notwithstanding his sentiments, the rollout of several vaccine plans across states focused on vaccinating citizens only. In Israel, for example, initially 5 million Palestinians living in the West Bank and Gaza were excluded from its national vaccine plans in violation of international law, which mandates it to provide public health services in occupied territories to combat the spread of contagious diseases. And then in Lebanon, while the vaccination plan actually included non-citizens, a pre-vaccination registration portal was required for those being vaccinated, and they were required to lodge their nationality in order to register for the vaccine. Now, Lebanon is home to a sizable stateless population, and for this community, they were effectively shut out because they were unable to register a nationality through this portal. It should be noted that through advocacy efforts of stateless activists, there was some success in getting the government to address this barrier. The system was it was modified to allow for stateless people to be able to register as stateless. But then even in the revised format, the individual was required to provide an ID number, which most stateless people are lacking. So effectively, these blenders, which came to an already marginalized community, together with other barriers such as a lack of internet access, lack of awareness and information about the process, really led to sort of a depletion of trust from the government, and effectively lowered their opportunity to be able to access vaccines as well. So coming out of this exercise, ISI and its partners developed a report entitled Together We Can. And that report identified a few key recommendations that are critical and crucial if we wish to address the challenges stateless people face in trying to realize their right to health. And these recommendations include identifying institutional blind spots. So for example, states, UN agencies, and experts, humanitarian groups, all stakeholders should really be carrying out careful introspection of their policies and practices to ensure that stateless people and people at risk of statelessness are prioritized and not left behind. And they should also acknowledge historical failures as a way to address trust issues and raise awareness of the issue at all levels, putting in place the necessary resources to ensure that this community is not left behind. The second recommendation coming out of the report pointed to the need for consultation and dialogue with stateless populations. And so, for example, in the case of Lebanon, had this been done earlier, perhaps some of the initial issues that arose in that system would have been avoided. So again, really those in positions of power should be engaging with activists and communities, NGOs who work directly with stateless people in meaningful consultation directed towards ensuring inclusive responses. The third recommendation was centered around the idea and the need to build back better. So building on lessons learned during the pandemic, states and policymakers should be committed to breaking down the pervasive injustice, indignity, exclusion, inequality, deprivation that stateless people face. And this should be done by looking at how to implement structural reform. This should also be done by being accountable to the affected communities, by having a system to monitor the responses that are being undertaken, and also by ensuring that there's sustained investment in building inclusive societies. Thank you very much, and I would be happy to answer questions at the end.
Thanks for that, Denisha. A very, very comprehensive look at how COVID really showed the big difference in how stateless populations are discriminated against. We will leave the questions till the very end, but there will definitely be questions for you. I'm not letting you up straight away. And now we have the pleasure of having Pia McRae, who is the Chief Executive Officer from Consortium for Street Children. So we're really having a look at so many different angles and different groups of children that can be affected. So we've just looked at children that are stateless, children that are in armed conflict, and then the wider region of that the Council of Europe covers in terms of the 47 countries that it, 46, I think, countries that it covers. And now we're going to look at the issue of street children and their legal identity and their lack of legal identity and the consequences of that. Thanks, Pia.
Thank you. I've really been struck sitting here this afternoon and listening to all the presentations about how they nearly all the presentations, I would say, have touched on the topics I wanted to cover in my talk. So I'm going to try and weave through it and not try to do too much repetition, but maybe pick up and amplify and also draw out maybe some specific issues. And I thought I think it was it Monica who spoke about the story of Daniela, specifically about a street child, which really hit me. And I think we've covered topics around identity formation, family relations and health, and invisibility or visibility of the state. These are all fundamental questions that we need to think about when we think about identity, children who are connected to the street, and the intersections with health. So somebody got slides in the second slide. So in terms of the agenda, I wanted to just cover three things really today. I wanted to think about why have we, and many members of our network, we work with a network of about 200 organizations, mainly grassroots organizations who work with children in street situations. Why do we and them pay attention to legal identity? Why is it something that we've thought about? Was the first thing I wanted to cover. And then I wanted to talk a little bit about the specific challenges around legal identity for children who are connected to the street. And then I wanted to finish with some reasons to be cheerful, because it's important when we're thinking about many gloomy subjects and some difficult conversations. So if we go on to the next slide. In terms of, so why do we think about this? We were asked to provide support to the Committee on the Rights of the Child in 2016, ahead of them drafting guidance to states on children in street situations. And as part of that work, we consulted directly for that piece of work, but indirectly, we also brought in consultations with over 1,000 children. And it was when we talked to children who are in street situations that we heard this issue of legal identity coming up. And that is why we started thinking about it. There were three particular policy areas that emerged from that consultation. One was around status offences, so issues like loitering and begging. One was around police roundups, but the third was this issue of legal identity. And as a result of that, we can go on to the next slide, we worked with a partner, a corporate partner, Baker and McKenzie, to develop what we've called the Legal Atlas for Street Connected Children, which looks at those three areas. And in the area of legal identity, we looked at what was the provision for a child to obtain retrospective or replacement birth registration documents, but also could they apply for citizenship. And so far we've mapped over 130 countries. We're trying to race to the finish and get those 200 countries all mapped. And I think if you look at the picture overall of what we learned from doing that, it's very clear that if children were either born without being registered right at the beginning, we've heard great examples today about efforts to make it easier for that to happen. It's hard in nearly all jurisdictions. There are challenges in pretty much all jurisdictions in terms of remedying that. And then, of course, you've got a specific challenge around children who may have got registration documents but may have elected to leave their families and for various reasons don't want to go back. So that adds a complexity to it. There are examples of states who've tried to get round that by having sort of, if you like, some band-aid or some other solution. So for instance, in Germany, they allow birth registry documents as opposed to birth certificates to be issued when the child's identity can't be proven, which then allows access to services. And there are other states who've tried to do that. So if we go on to the next slide, and I think, you know, again, listening to what we've had today, it's not as if this is just a problem for street-connected children. It's obviously a problem for all children and particularly marginalized children, which is why it's been brought up in the SDGs. And Nigel talked to us brilliantly about the whole history of how it came into UNCRC in Articles 7 and 8. But I want to just echo those points about how it does impact on people's access to services, which is something that Brett's brought up time and time again by the members of our network. So access to education, access to social services, and obviously the topic of our conversation today, access to healthcare. And I think this point about COVID came up for many of the members of our network. Access, we've got members of our network in India who I know made legal applications in terms of COVID vaccinations, but also actually just emergency rations. That was a big issue where children literally couldn't get hold of food when shops were being closed down. They couldn't beg on the street. They didn't have ID cards to get any emergency rations. So that is, you know, true for all marginalized children, but can be particularly acute for children on the street. But going on to the next slide, I think it is a problem that is fundamentally challenging. A child who is invisible to the state, who is on the street, unfortunately can be very visible to those wishing to abuse that child or cause harm. And I think there's a really stark asymmetry there of that invisibility to those who have duties towards them, but visibility to those who may not be so well disposed towards the child. And thinking about, you know, those challenges to children getting access, I sort of think about it in terms of two bookends to the challenges. On the one hand, there's just awareness of parents in the first instance of the importance, and then the children themselves of what having those identity documents can mean for the child. There may be issues around culture or beliefs around it. And at the other end, there's sort of, is there legal provision? But in between those two bookends, which are constraints to getting legal identity, it's just the reality of doing it. There can be hidden fees, even if theoretically it's free. It can be a long way to go. We've heard some of those already, but those are, again, particularly acute for children who are in street situations. And then just moving on to the next slide, I thought it was so interesting to hear the presentation from Kirsten and the UNICEF colleagues today around trying to build in registration at health centres. And that's obviously a brilliant, brilliant solution for most children. But what I heard in preparing for this talk, I rang up many members of our network and said, you know, tell me about the challenges you're seeing. And for them, this is a challenge because their children, the children that they are working with have fallen between the cracks. So it's a very interesting example of where, and none of them were suggesting it was a bad solution. They weren't suggesting there should be a rolling back of having registration points in hospitals, but that it wasn't, unfortunately, children were slipping through those cracks, and they were seeing, I was particularly hearing from colleagues in Uganda, in Latin America, but also in Nigeria around them seeing a lot of problems with children who had been born maybe with no support or with traditional birth attendants, and as a result, hadn't got identity cards. So, you know, as Denisha just put it, those institutional blind spots, and that's not to take away from the brilliant efforts that have been made, but to recognize that we need to go after every child, you know, and leave no one behind. Moving on to the next slide. So in terms of reasons to be cheerful, I sort of divided it into two thoughts. One was around just the amazing efforts that lots of grassroots organisations are doing on the ground every day with children to try to make sure that they do get registered. And I've just pulled up 3 examples from our network. There are many more, and my apologies to all the members of our network who I haven't drawn attention to today. But I just, didn't have time to talk to all 200 of them, so I started with a few. And I thought I'd give the example of Toybox, who in 2013 started to work in Guatemala City with the target of registering 100 children. And they kept on going. And today from Guatemala, they started work in El Salvador, Bolivia, and Nepal, and they've registered over 8,000 children. And it just takes that everyday effort of an adult, an appropriate adult, working with the child, potentially working with the family, if they can work with the family, to actually turn that gap, to close that gap of having legal identity. And they talk so powerfully about what it means to the child. In terms of getting that done, including things like suddenly being able to celebrate a birthday, which I hadn't really thought about as, how important that would be for some children. In Nigeria, Child Lifeline and Isawali Empowerment Initiative are 2 organisations who've been doing really amazing work, particularly where they can go back to families and trace back to families and get support from parents understanding how important this is. And they've done a lot of work around awareness raising, as well as trying to ease the bureaucracy of getting hold of birth certificates. So again, just on the ground, patient, determined work to try and make things better. And I think that's how you get the feedback on the challenges, mainly where there are institutional blind spots or mainstream solutions don't work as well as we'd hope. But I also wanted, my second sort of area of reasons to be cheerful was where organisations are managing to make maybe more systemic change in terms of the policy environment. And in a recent survey that we did with some of our partners in Bangladesh, we did a survey of 400 street-connected children, of whom 16% said they had birth certificates, so only 16%. And of those 16%, only 1 child, so what's that, 4 times 16? 1 child of that many children said that could actually produce a birth certificate. So it gives a sense of the scale of the problem in Bangladesh. And there is an organisation in Bangladesh who are trying to field a team of girl street children, to go to Qatar to play football in the Street Child World Cup, which is taking place next month. And their big challenge was, how do they get passports for these kids to get to Qatar? And brilliantly, another organisation stepped in and said, we'll try and help too, and we'll coach the girls, and we'll see if we can do something. And they got hold of a barrister, a man called Tapas Kantibol, who then made an application on behalf of the NGOs to the Supreme Court of Bangladesh. They then directed the government to submit a report on the steps being taken to issue birth certificates to street-connected children. And on the 27th of July this summer, the Office of the Registrar General withdrew the mandatory clause that parents' birth certificates are required to issue the children's certificates. So, using this lovely high-profile example of this girls' team of very marginalized girls from Bangladesh going to Qatar, they were able to actually kind of create better space in the legal framework in Bangladesh, which I just thought was amazing. And that's a picture of the team who will be traveling to Qatar soon. So just in conclusion, I'm British. Yesterday we had she goes to the last slide. Yesterday we had the funeral of the Queen, and it struck me as I sat and watched the television and thought about the death of our monarch, that she's so important and has such important status that she doesn't need a passport. And her son, who is now our king, who is King Charles III, will no longer need a passport since his mother died. And I thought, gosh, that's a kind of interesting reflection as we think about these asymmetries and what identity means at different levels in society. Identity is important because it allows you to access your rights. it's definitely more than a piece of paper or an administrative process. As the Queen shows us, she doesn't have the bit of paper, but gosh, she doesn't have any worries. It didn't have worries about her identity, because it's all about who you are, where you come from, how you feel included, whether your birthday gets celebrated. And we've heard so many good examples today about how it's to do with social inclusion, respect, status, and of course, that ability to access services, including health services. I think in conclusion, it's about being counted and about counting. And I think if we can get it right for children who are connected to the street, we can get it right for most children. So thank you.
Thanks, Pia. I really love what you said about, you can stay there, I think. I loved what you said about invisibility to the state means increased visibility to the wrong people. And it really does mean that increased vulnerability for these children. Like I said, we'll have questions at the end. And now I'd like to welcome a colleague of ours, Christina Baglietto, who's our regional advisor from Child Identity Protection. And she's going to talk about another group of children, yet another group. So basically, the whole aim of our presentations today is that identity affects all children, if that's the message. It's and it's something that affects all children a lot, and it's very important. But anyway, so she's going to talk about children on the move. Thanks, Christina.
Thanks, Mia, and thank you everyone for being with us today. Yes, to close on the event today, as Mia said, I'm going to focus on another group of children, which are children on the move, and how their rights to identity and the rights to health interact in their specific situation. So just as a quick introduction, obviously, I think we're all aware that migration may have an impact not only on a child's identity, but also on a child's health. And I won't go through all the different articles of the UNCRC because several speakers have already addressed those. But also, I just wanted to mention the role of the special rapporteurs on the right to health, on the sale of children, on the rights of migrants, some of whom you have heard today, and how they have incorporated these different rights from the perspectives of the mandates. And have reflected those also in the general comments of the different committees. In this case, in particular, the joint general comments by the Committee on the Rights of the Child and the Committee on the Rights of Migrant Workers. And just the last mention of another UN document, which is the Human Rights Council Resolution on Family Reunification, which was adopted earlier this year and which obviously includes a number of paragraphs which directly address the right to health, the right to family relations, the right to identity, and bring this all together into the issues linked to migration, to child migration. So what I will do is go, I'll try and be quick on this one because I know everyone has already had a lot of time listening to other speakers, really interesting presentations, by the way. So I'll go through the different areas of a child's identity as we work on them at CHIP, which is the creation of the child's identity, its modification, preservation, potential falsification, and restoration. So on the first one, on the creation of the child's identity, when we talk about children on the move and child migration, we obviously have two different situations, which is, we can even talk about the third, as I will mention, but I will focus today on two, which is when the child is born prior to the migration, so to the child's migration or the child's migration with parents, which usually takes place in the country of origin. So the child will be registered or should be registered, and a birth certificate, there's an opportunity for a birth certificate to be issued for this child. But there's also many situations where the child is actually born during the migration, during the parents' migration. And that's where where the difficulties to register birth are much more visible. There's difficulties to register the birth because of a lack of services in emergencies in particular. So there's no services to register the birth. There's a constant move, so there's a difficulty to access the services if they exist. There's also difficulties to evidence parents' identity, as we have heard from other speakers. And also there's this fear of migratory measures on parents and potentially the child if they are caught in irregular migration. For example, in Malaysia, we have the example that birth registration is difficult for children who are refugees or born from undocumented migrant workers, because they do actually not seek the registration of the children due to fear of arrest. So even though the services might be present and they might have access to them, there's this fear of being caught as migrants, as irregular migrants. So another example from Ukraine, even prior to the war this year, only 45% of children born in Donetsk and Luhansk, which were already non-controlled government areas, and around 12% born in Crimea had obtained a birth certificate issued actually by the Ukrainian government. So there's this problem of recognition of identity documents issued by non-governmental authorities. So all this brings us that when we talk about the creation of a child's identity, we can already see that in situations of migration, there might be a lack of legal identity, but also a risk of statelessness. Here I also mentioned the Joint General Comments, paragraphs 20 to 38, which actually cover all these different situations, and which I invite you to read if you haven't already done so. So once the child's identity has been created or should have been created, there might also be a potential modification of the child's identity when we talk about migration. In fact, what happens to a child's identity when they migrate? Modification should only occur when this is in the child's best interest and when the child's identity needs are met. The UNHCR guidelines on best interest determination actually do this link of the importance of identity for a child's health. It mentions that the feeling of being wanted and valued is the basis for a healthy emotional life, with all the implications this might actually have. And it also, I won't read the whole paragraph, but it also mentions how this is extremely important in terms of psychological effects for the child. So there is this link between a child's identity and the impact migration might have on the child's identity for his or her physical and mental development and health. As I said, what happens to a child's identity when they migrate? First, there's a risk of a loss of identity documents, like physically. Children on the move might lose birth certificates, their passports if they have them, or other documents that may prove their family relations and their legal identity. Then there's also the issue of non-recognition of nationality and identity documents. So even when they have these certificates or passports with them, when they cross borders, there might be a risk that these documents do not actually receive the recognition that they should. For example, this is what the example of the Ukraine, which I just mentioned, might entail, where children are issued identity documents, but these are not recognized by the official authorities. Obviously, there's a risk of statelessness, which was already addressed earlier, so I won't go into any further details. There's the risk, obviously, of separation from their parents. Many of these children might initiate their migration on their own, but some might have migrated with the parents, but are separated later on during their move. So their family relations and their family identity is also at risk, not only their own identity as a legal identity. And then there's the risk, obviously, of illegal modification of their identity, which I will return to a bit later on, due to situations of trafficking, abuse, and exploitation during their migration. And all these also entails, obviously, beyond the loss of legal identity, a loss of social, cultural, linguistic, religious, and ethnic identity, and many other issues that are linked to the child's identity. How do all these situations which we just went through and how a child's identity is impacted when they migrate have also an impact on the health. And when we talk about health, obviously, we talk about physical and mental and emotional health. Well, first, if they have a loss of their identity in general terms, they will probably have a lack of information on their own health situation, but also on their family's health background, which we know that might have an impact, maybe not on the short term, but on the long term, where we don't know what the family's health background is and how the child may have some genetic illnesses that could be treated preventively if they had the information about their health and the family's health situation. Then there's all the impact of the psychological and physical impact of migration on the health. So children will not only suffer during the migration from physical illnesses, dehydration, illnesses that affect them physically, but also all the psychological impact that the whole situation, whether they're with their parents or not, will have on their psychological development and health. As was mentioned, the lack of documents will probably entail a lack of access to healthcare. Not only because in many situations the health services, the health sector is limited, but also because when it exists, there's a problem to access it. Because they lack their own their own identity documents. Obviously, this entails feelings of exclusion, discrimination in access to healthcare. It might entail a serious interruption in their healthcare, which they were receiving prior to their migration, which includes treatments for different illnesses. And also when children with or without their parents actually staying or being cared for in environments that are not optimal to their health. So all this are examples of how a lack of identity during migration may impact a child's psychological and physical health during their experience. Now, we see that one of the key issues is how to preserve the child's identity whilst this child is on the move. As we mentioned, migration may indeed result in a change of a child's identity, including name, nationality, and family relations due to the situations and circumstances which I mentioned earlier. However, efforts, as we have heard, are being undertaken to ensure the preservation of identity through civil registration and civil statistics system in different countries, different situations, emergencies, with different challenges and improvements in the last years. But there is also a need to preserve much wider information to just a legal identity, in particular, for example, on family origins. There's a need to have this, to address the content and the gaps in information about the child's origins, because, and not only about the child, but also about his or her family, because this has implications for his medical, social, health situation, with extensive background information that should be included in migration files and registration. From the first stages of a child arriving and crossing borders, all this information should be kept in migration files, child protection files, and in due registration processes. What is important here, and we see this in general with child protection measures for children on the move, is the identification of competent protection services organizations with the responsibility to register migrant children, and with adequate training of staff to take in particular into account these issues of a child's identity, legal identity, but also family identity, medical identity, etc. And the most important elements of a child's identity and family relations and situations should therefore be collected on file and shared, transferred adequately to other services, including health services. All this will allow the child to answer the question, who am I? And when we say who am I, not only his or her legal identity, but also all the health background that he carries with him about himself and about the family. Unfortunately, we also see situations of falsification and sale of the child's identity when children are on the move. In particular, these are due, as I mentioned, to situations of trafficking during migration, abuse, and exploitation, which deprive the child of his or her fundamental elements of identity. This makes it extremely difficult or even impossible later on to access his or her origins, and as well very complex to restore the child's identity at a later stage. And all this re-victimizes the child and has the impact that we mentioned earlier on when the child's identity is lost. Now, as a final stage, I would like to address potential for restoration of the child's identity for children on the move. How can we prevent this loss of identity, and how can we restore it when it has already been lost? As mentioned, a child's identity should only be modified when this is truly in the child's best interest. And therefore, states should ensure that full records are kept of any modification of the child's identity, and that these are accessible in perpetuity. States should therefore ensure that proper mechanisms are in place to prevent and also sanction the trafficking, sale, abuse, and exploitation of children in general, including children on the move. And where sale and or falsification of the child's identity has indeed occurred, states should work speedily towards re-establishing the missing elements. One example of this cooperation and cross-border mechanism is the one that was developed by the ICRC, Save the Children, and UNICEF, which have promoted an interagency system of information management on child protection. And obviously, this system on child protection includes issues related to the child's identity, as well as all his or her medical background. As mentioned, this includes the collection of extensive background information on the child and the family, which is very important because, as we said, some of the illnesses, some of the health situations may cross generations. This also means ensuring access to physical and mental health care in emergency situations, including humanitarian situations, conflict, disaster situations, strengthen cooperation with other actors and countries, in particular for the restoration of identity and for the recognition and checking of foreign documents. It's important here that mechanisms are in place to speedily and actively retrieve information from a variety of actors about the child's identity and family relations, and the immediate registration of all children in the migration process with family tracing, contact, and reunification when this is in the child's best interest. Just to conclude with an example, UNICEF in the Côte d'Ivoire has supported authorities to register new births and re-establish vital information during and post-conflict in the north of the country already a decade ago. In terms of registering new births, they actually worked with village and community leaders who were given the responsibility of working with the families to recover the information about children's identities and family identities. So the local actors, the people closest to the community and to the families were assumed the responsibility of actually rebuilding the identities of many of its people. So this is an example of how all actors can be called upon to retrieve information, to restore the identity, and to work together with other actors, maybe more formal actors, official actors in one country, but also across borders, to restore the identity of children on the move. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Christina. I think it's a good way to end in terms of the numbers of children that are moving across borders, the numbers of emergencies that exist at the moment. So it's clearly a need. I'm not going to have any discrimination. I'm going to ask the same question to this panel that I've asked every single other panel, every other session, is there are so many recommendations out there now that I think my head's spinning in terms of what we can do. But if you had your elevator pitch, if you had your 2 minutes in an elevator with governments or the whole Human Rights Council, I don't know, UN General Assembly, it's happening right now, what would you recommend to them? So maybe we'll start with Tanya, then we go to Judge Pangalangan, then Denisha, then Pia, and then Christina. Thanks. Tanya.
I think my elevator pitch would be to put the best interest of the child first. And I mean, the situations are very diverse, but they all have one thing in common, which is that the member states are, for legitimate reasons, trying to organize their laws around nationality, around birth registration in a way which is going to ensure there's no abuses, right? But that because that they should really be looking at the best interest of the child first. They should be looking at their nationality laws, at their birth registration laws, at the way they deal with healthcare. You know, there was also the suggestion by one of our speakers that there should be firewalls between immigration and healthcare and things like that. So it would be put the best interest of the child first in all circumstances, and actively look through your legislations to see, you know, what do you need to change so that the best interest of the child really does come first.
Thanks, Tanya. Maybe that could be a next PACE committee project. But anyway, Judge Pangalangan, I leave it to you for your elevator pitch.
Well, thank you so much, Mia. Since my presentation pertained to child soldiers, well, and of course the need for the recording of their identities, then for me to emphasize with states that the obligation to maintain the mechanisms to ensure the recording of the identity be maintained. This is a, you know, the nature of this international obligation is that it is for the state to establish a domestic system to do that. And it is a bureaucratic measure by states well within their capacity to carry out. So that is the first. And since I dealt with the enforcement of crimes under the ICC, of course, it is for a stronger cooperation between my former court, the ICC, and domestic authorities in the investigation and hopefully the deterrence of these crimes. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Judge Pangalangan. And I know it's very late for you. Like, I'm an early bird, so it's
that is all right.
Okay, and now Denisha.
Yeah, I think for me, because obviously I deal with children who don't have nationality, my message to states would be, as Tanya mentioned, you know, states, they are trying to work out their nationality provisions and ensure and figure out ways that there are no abuses. But I think it's really important to remember that while states have the right to regulate who their nationals are, they are also bound by international law as it relates to ensuring that groups of children or nationals are not arbitrarily denied of nationality, especially when it's on discriminatory or other grounds. And so one, I would say to states that A, all children have the right to nationality, and this is something that they have signed up and agreed to. B, where that nationality is being deprived or being withdrawn on discriminatory or other grounds that violate international law, they have an obligation to ensure that that doesn't happen. And then in the context of us talking today about health, I would also say that notwithstanding a child being stateless, there's really no benefit to excluding children out of healthcare access, in particular in the context of something like what we've seen during COVID. So I think those would be sort of my key messages.
Thanks, Tanisha. And now we have Pia.
I think just two recommendations. One would be make sure that all children in your jurisdiction are visible and listened to, and the other would be mind the gap between policy and practice.
That's a quick one. You only went up 2 levels on your elevator. Anyway, and others today have gone up 20 levels, 20 floors. But anyway, now we have Christina. Thanks, Chris.
Yes, well, I join most of the comments made by my colleague speakers. I think really on the issue of children on the move, it's really this mechanism between countries that is important. I know it's important for countries, for states, to focus on identity at national level, but also on all the issues relating to cross-border issues relating to identity and nationality and recognition in particular, and portability of identity documents. There's initiatives already ongoing. We really need to have more states on board these initiatives to strengthen that, because without this recognition, the access to health services is much more limited, and to obviously many other services, education, etc. And then also from all the work we've been doing within CHIP, I think it's very important to look at all aspects of identity when we talk about identity. Obviously, legal identity is probably the entry point, but there's all these other aspects that we need to take into account when we work with children, in particular in the child protection system, cross-border, even more so. So those would really be the two elements I would focus on.
Thanks, Christina. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to close this event, unless people have, I didn't see any questions. But what I can say is that I think what we've really learned is that we really need to make sure the sustainable goals become our reality, that we leave no child behind, that every child is visible, and so that they become invisible to the harmful aspects of a harmful, poorly intentioned people that can exploit them. On behalf of Child Identity Protection, thank you to all the speakers. Like, I've personally really enjoyed the wide variety. We've really tackled this issue in so many different ways. We really look forward to working with you all to make sure that we can really make sure that every child has a right to identity and that they can access all their rights within the Convention. Thank you.